Hey there, traveler. Welcome to the Kling Connection. Whether you're chasing adventure, inspiration, or just need a break from the ordinary, this is your place to reconnect, recharge, and rediscover the joy of the journey.
From sunrise hikes to unexpected roadside gems, we're taking you along for the ride, exploring places, meeting people, and making memories that stick.
Let's go explore. Where purpose meets the path, and let's make every mile meaningful.
Where every road leads to a new story and every destination brings a fresh perspective.
Welcome to the Kling Connection, fam.
Welcome to another episode of the Kling Connection podcast. I'm your host, Sean Kling, and today we have an amazing guest by the name of Sergeant Major Steven Palazzo. I'm just going to call him Steven at this time, or whatever he wants to be called, I'll call him. And he has an amazing story. I cannot wait to get into his story. This gentleman's story is probably one of the best that we've ever had on this show. And I'm not even going to waste any time because there's just so much here to unravel and to let you guys know about. So without further ado, Sergeant Major, tell us about who you are. Like, where are you from in the world?
Yeah, so I grew up primarily on the East Coast, outside of Charlotte, in a little town called Concord, North Carolina. I joined the Army in '99, and then ended up doing 24 years. Retired in February of 23 was my official retirement date. During that time, I did tours in Iraq, Afghanistan. I did a stint in Syria, kind of the Middle East rotation tour. I had a stationing in Germany as well, just all around the U.S. When I retired, I didn't want to work right away because so many of my peers and my friends had said that they just accepted the first job that they got. 6 months later, they despised it, wanted to get out of it, wanted to switch. So I wanted to take a gap year. And I had heard and read about the Appalachian Trail and decided that I was going to thru hike it in February of 23, which I had never done a thru hike before other than just military, rucking and hiking, which really is not the same thing that I quickly learned.
That's what I was going to ask. I mean, I know in the service, you're doing road marches, you're out in the field all the time, and you spend a lot of time on your feet. And I know you get into the hiking, but wasn't there ever a time you ever had shin splits or blisters in the service, or get a profile or anything, and then all of a sudden I'm doing it for fun?
Yeah, doing it for fun and not having to carry a bunch of crap that you're never going to use too, which was nice as well. Because I was going to say, in your time in the service, you did a little time in the sandbox, you said. What did you take away from that? As a young guy, we all go into the military. And, I know I joined the Army because my father was a Marine. He was in Vietnam, and it was a very big influence on me. And, when you joined the military, what was your purpose? Was it college? Was it a family tradition? Was it, something you just always wanted to do? Yeah, it was a little bit of both. So my brother graduated from West Point as well. So he was already in the military. My father had served. Both my grandparents had served. So there was a lineage there for sure. And then it was also civic duty, to give back to my country and to do my part, like you were saying, with other generations that had done. Right? So little did I know that, when I joined in '99, you would have told me I'd be in Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria, 20 years later. I would have never imagined how it would have played out, the way it did. But very happy for the experience and meeting the people that I met. And I miss the biggest thing that I miss is the camaraderie, of just being around people all working towards the same goal. And in the thru hiking community and mountaineering, I've kind of found that camaraderie through these experiences that I've had outside of the military.
Yeah, there's nothing that beats that camaraderie. I mean, I talk to guys that I still served with. Some of them did a career. Some of them did one enlistment, got out. And, nothing beats that camaraderie. And finding it in a civilian life is really hard. because unless you have served, and we all bust each other's chops, the Army, the Marine, the Air Force, but we're all, we'll stick for each other in a bar fight all the time. But unless you served, you don't really get that sense of camaraderie with other people, because there's just something there. And I totally get what you're saying. And, to somebody like you that spent 24 years serving the nation and around the globe, that camaraderie is even harder to find, because your life took you to parts of the world that most people would never have even imagined to go to. And then all of a sudden one day you're out and you're like, okay, what's my next adventure? And I can sense that you're an adventurous type of guy.
Yeah, you hit on it. It was really a culture shock, because it's not only you're missing the camaraderie and the unity and whatnot, but you're also taking off this cape that you've worn for so many years for the most of your adult life. Like, the transition in retirement from the military is big. A lot of people, I think, downplay it, but for me, I know I had to go back and find out who I was, who Stephen is, not Sergeant Major Palazzo. And that's another reason why I wanted to do the Appalachian Trail as well. So
you get out of the Army, you retire, you head home, and you're like, I don't know if I want to get a job. I don't know what I want to do. And then all of a sudden now you're like, let me go hike the Appalachian Trail. What sparked the interest to start with the Appalachian Trail, and what got you there?
The nostalgia of through hiking, AT is, I'll just refer to it as that. AT is the one. That's what most amount of people want to do. What really got me there is Bill Bryson, his book, Walk into the Woods, which he really gets a lot of flack about that one. And then Earl Schaefer, who was a World War II veteran, and he was the very first person to through hike from Georgia to Maine the entirety of the trail. And he came back from the war and he said, I want to walk the war off. And that's what he did. And I figured, with what I was going through, the transition, also dealing, with some PTSD issues and things of that nature, I thought that would probably be the best way to use it as a gap year and to through hike the Appalachian Trail. And there's a lot of veterans on that trail, that do it in section hikes. They do it in day hikes. They do a through hike. There's tons of veteran community, not just on that trail, but also the other big two, the Continental Divide Trail and then the Pacific Crest Trail as well. Veterans, I think, find a connection to it, with being back to your roots, the camaraderie of it, kind of living in the dirt, that type kind of thing.
Yeah. So when you first started hiking the Appalachian Trail, how did you know what kind of gear to get? How did you know what to do? I mean, obviously you read the book and stuff, but I mean, did you follow things online? Were you a member of social media groups? Was it a trial and error thing? Like, hey, what do I put in my backpack? I mean, obviously in the Army, you're packing things that you don't really need. You're carrying an M16 or whatever, and you don't need that stuff on the trail. So how did you prepare yourself for this first thing that in the mountain of things that you've done since?
Yeah, it was interesting because originally I had no clue about through hiking and gear that you use and whatnot. So I found 3 mentors. One, just out of a whim, someone who had through hiked the AT back in 2008. Another one that I met on LinkedIn who had done it in 2019. And then one that I met that was working at REI who had done it just previously, 2022. So they had very different experiences in the years that they did it, and just started picking their brains and just started asking them, what kind of gear, what about food, sleeping pads, R values, tents, all the stuff that goes into it. And really started collecting the gear around October of 22. Started training then, and then moved to Colorado and Colorado Springs to be at elevation, because I wanted to train at elevation. I thought it would help as much as possible. And then, did hikes around here, got familiar with my gear, did some overnights, and then just full send it, February 16th, 2023, stepped on the trail and just started off.
That's an amazing time of year too. February is winter.
It was cold. It was pretty cold to begin with. Yeah.
Wow.
Not as cold as I thought it was going to be, but my Ursack, which is my bare canister device that I use to carry food in, froze to a tree in the Smoky Mountains. And I ended up having to like cut it off to get it back.
So you get to the bottom of the summit. You're getting ready to go up the Appalachian Trail, and you've already trained. You're ready to go. What's the first thought that says, are you getting there and you're saying, "Hey, Steven, are you ready for this?" Or, "Hey, man, what am I doing?"
Yeah, it was a little bit of both, actually. It was a little bit of like, can I really do this? And then there's also the adrenaline that you're stepping off. This is going to be so much fun. It's a great adventure, that kind of thing. Because I started on the approach trail. Most people, they can start at Springer Mountain, which is the official southern terminus of the trail, or you can start at this portion down below Amicalola Falls, where there's like 800 steps. You walk up this waterfall to the top, and then it brings you out to the Springer Mountain terminus. So I started at the approach trail, around 6 a.m., walking up those steps, which was some people do it the day before the steps, and then they start up higher. But I was like, I'm going to start, full off. I'm going to do the whole thing. So finally, I got to Springer Mountain Shelter pretty early too, which is the first shelter on the trail, around 1 p.m. and kind of sat around and waited, because everyone that I had talked to mentors wise said you want to keep your mileage low when you first start. You don't want to just start doing 15, 20 mile days right off the bat. You want to keep it, 8 to 12, somewhere around there, at least for the first week. Your body get adjusted to walking that type of gain of elevation every day and the mileage, because most people, they're lucky if they get 10,000 steps, a day. And I thought I was in, fairly decent shape, having been in the military for so long, but we don't ruck 12 miles every single day. That might be once a quarter that you end up doing that. So doing it day in, day out, it is an adjustment that your body has to get used to. And I was very thankful that I kept my mileage low in the beginning, because other people that I saw that were crushing 15, 20 mile days right off the bat, they ended up with injuries and had to get off or take time off. Or it's definitely, if you're not used to doing it, that's the best thing that I could recommend is just keep the mileage low in the beginning, let your body feel it out. And then eventually your body is going to tell you when it's ready. Like first, I just woke up one day in Virginia and my body was like, let's go. And just started doing marathon days every day, like 26 miles, 30 miles, just crushing big mile days back to back to back without taking zeros a day that you don't hike. You just you go into town, you sleep in a hostel, you get a shower, real town food, stuff like that. But I think my longest stretch without a 0 day was between Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. And I did like 53 days in a row without taking a 0. Yeah. And crushing some big mileage days throughout that too. So my body just felt great.
People don't realize, you're talking about when you went to Virginia, how far of a walk it is from Georgia to Virginia. Like, it's like we drive in a car and we're getting anxious and you're walking this. And then you're saying about 53 days between Pennsylvania and Massachusetts. I mean, that's insane. That's almost 2 months. Some people can't go 2 hours.
Yeah, I remember crossing the 1,000-mile marker in Virginia right before you exit it, and you get to Harper's Ferry. And Harper's Ferry is kind of the unofficial halfway point on the AT. And then the real official waypoint is in Pennsylvania, kind of right outside Carlisle Barracks, actually, around that area. Yeah. But I remember getting to the 1,000-mile marker, and I was like, man, that's a long way to walk. But then you still have 1,100 miles left. You're not even at the halfway point at that. And you have some of the toughest sections left up in the, upper states of New Hampshire and Maine. Those were the hardest areas on the AT, hands down. So you haven't even gone through.
What makes them so hard though? Like, what makes it different in Georgia and Virginia and that versus like these harder areas?
Yeah, so New Hampshire is hard because you have to go to the Whites and the Presidential Range. The White Mountains are they're another beast. The people that made those trails did not make them for friendly hiking. There's sometimes you're going straight up a mountain. Other times it's hand over hand climbing. I remember descending off of Mount Garfield, which is a presidential, and it was basically a waterfall. Like I was climbing down a waterfall, which made it very dangerous too. And it rained almost every day when I was going through the Whites. So then you have that mental aspect of it too. You're just always cold. You're always wet. It's boggy. You step in a lot of mud. It's rooty. It's rocky. It's not an easy trail to follow. It's definitely the hardest of the AT. And then you come out of New Hampshire and you finally get to Maine and you think, oh, I'm in the last state. I'm in Maine. I'm almost there. And then Southern Maine in some aspects is even harder than the Whites. So it's kind of back to back mental resilience and perseverance that you go through. And physically at that point, my body was starting to break down a little bit. I had lost so much weight. You can't, there's not any way that you can keep on caloric intake while you're through hiking 20, 25 miles a day. You're buzzing through 3,000 calories. And you're barely eating maybe 2,200, 2,500, depending on what type of food you're carrying. So I had lost maybe 30 pounds at that point. Wow. My sweat was starting to smell like ammonia, which is a key indicator that you're burning muscle now and not fat because your body has no more fat stores to burn. So I would just get into town and crush 2 liters of soda and a whole pizza and just try and put on some weight as best as possible.
So I know I got a question for you that I know that everybody's going to want to hear an answer to this. How many pairs of shoes do you take with you and how many did you go through?
Yeah, this is such a good question too, because I originally had thought I'm going to find the shoe that I love and buy, 8 pairs of that shoe. And then I have that shoe for the entirety of the trail. Rookie mistake. That's the worst thing you can do because your foot is going to change. My foot flattened and it widened because I was walking so much. So I lost a little bit of my arch and I gained 2 shoe sizes. I went from a 10.5 to a 12.5 around North Carolina. Yep. Wow. So definitely do not buy the same shoe size that you're wearing right now because it will change no matter how long or how old you are, it will. And I ended up going through so many different pairs of shoes until I finally found the one that I loved. And it ended up being Hoka Speed Goats. I went through Topos. I tried Ultra Lone Peaks, which really destroyed my feet because my foot just cannot handle the zero drop that type of brand has. And once I found Hoka's, I never looked back. I still wear them today, honestly. And I use them I did a through hike of the Arizona Trail this year. I use them on the Continental Divide Trail. I use them when I do, 14ers in Colorado. I love that shoe.
So, this sounds like such a magical trip. And like you even talking about it, I'm envisioning in my head, because growing up in Pennsylvania, Appalachian Trail was not that far away. And in history class, they always told us that the West started west of the Appalachian Mountains, and that's where all the natives had lived. And, Pennsylvania is like 2 different states. You have the Philly side and the Pittsburgh side, and they're not the same. And the thing that separated us was the Appalachian Trail, the Appalachian Mountains. Listen to all this, and I'm sure it's hard to narrow it down, but what was probably your most memorable, magical moment that you had on the Appalachian Trail? And I know it's going to be tough.
Yeah, that is tough. The summit of Katahdin was definitely magical. And just that climb itself, once you get up there, it's like a culmination of the entirety of the trail that's prepared you for that last climb to get to the top of Mount Katahdin, which is the northern terminus of the trail in Maine. Some other magical moments that I had was, there's a thing called trail magic where people will come around and provide food or drinks or rides, a free place to stay. There's a lot of trail angels that do that as well, which is awesome. They really, really help the network and infrastructure of the trail around the trailheads and whatnot. I did get trail magic from a famous AT guy called Fresh Ground. He drives around in his van. He's done it for over a decade now and just sets up and feeds hikers at different points along the trail and will stuff you. Like, you will not leave hungry. That was an awesome experience. Just sometimes I would come upon a vista and I would just have to sit down and reflect and think, a lot of mental, emotional, spiritual aspects of it that really stood out in my mind. One day I just burst into tears while I was hiking. I don't know why. I still, just thinking about stuff and connecting to different things, and, had a really emotional moment. But I got caught in a thunderstorm in Connecticut where I saw the brightest lightning strike. It had to have been 10 or 15 feet away. I mean, it lit up the entirety of the sky. That was a dangerous, kind of scary moment, but that one definitely sticks out. Yeah, there were so many different times. I mean, I had so many falls as well. It's a miracle that I didn't break anything going through that trail at the same time. You need a lot of luck. There's a lot of luck involved to get through a through hike. It's not just about physical will or strength or resilience. There is some luck involved. People that I know got Lyme disease from ticks, in PA. Other people had severe injuries, ACL, MCL. Somebody got a concussion from a fall. There's a lot of stuff that can happen to you on that trail. So there's definitely an aspect of luck involved as well.
So when you finish the Appalachian Trail, you get to the end. How did you get home?
Yeah, it was kind of cool because my brother came out to summit Katahdin with me, which was an awesome experience as well. So we summited Katahdin. We drove down to Portland, Maine, and then we went to Boston to see a game at Fenway for the Red Sox and sat on the Green Monster. And then he flew back to Colorado and I flew down to North Carolina to see some family and whatnot. But typically you hitchhike out of Baxter State Park to get back to some sense of civilization that can get you out of there, because it is about an hour and a half from the nearest town to Baxter State Park in Maine, where Mount Katahdin is located at, where the northern terminus is. Yeah.
So you're sitting at home and then you say to yourself, all right, I'm ready for this again. What's the next big place that you go?
Yeah. So I had goals at that point of climbing Everest. And I met a mentor on LinkedIn that told me, hey, you got to get above 15,000 feet and you got to go on some glaciated stuff to get some experience. And he recommended a trip down to Ecuador, where you basically climb 5 extinct volcanoes. 2 of them are active and being Chimborazo and Cayambe. And they're upwards of 19,000 feet. Glaciated, snow travel, ice axe, crampons, roped, all the good stuff. So that was my next trip after the AT. Went down to Ecuador, climbed Pasachoa, Rucapincha, Ilanitza Norte, Cayambe, Chimborazo, and then came back from that and decided I'm going to start the 7 summits now. So the first one I did was Aconcagua down in Argentina, which is the tallest point in South America. It's about 23,000 feet. And it's a 2-week expedition as you go through acclimatizing and then finally getting to the top of that summit. That was the next big trip that I did. When I came back from that, I said, you know what? I'm going to do the Continental Divide Trail. And in this process, I came up with trying to researching and figuring out if anyone has ever done all 7 summits, all 3 long trails, the Pacific Crest Trail, the Continental Divide Trail, the Appalachian Trail, and then summited all 58 Colorado 14ers, which 14ers are peaks that are 14,000 feet or above in Colorado, and there's 58 of them. So no one has ever done that, all 3 of those. So that's kind of the quest that I'm on right now, is to finish the 7 summits, Triple Crown. That's when you do all 3 of those trails, and then 58 14er finisher. So that's the process.
What was it like going to not even a different country, but a different continent to climb mountains with people probably from all over the world. I'm assuming it wasn't just people from South America. Was it a vast difference in that versus the Appalachian Trail? Did you find the camaraderie and was it the difficulty there?
Yeah, the camaraderie is definitely there. The difficulty for sure is there. In some aspects, it's harder. In some aspects, it's easier because it's shorter. There's a lot, differences, whatnot. But all around the world, people from all around the world. And the same thing on these trails as well. I mean, there are a lot of Europeans, British, French, German, that want to come out and do these trails in the U.S. because they are so long and they have a nostalgia that's attached to them. On Aconcagua, there was a Swedish group of friends that was with us, and they trekked with us all the way to base camp. And when they did one of the peaks around there, 16,000 footer, and then they went back. Before that, we had a group of Argentinians that just wanted to go to base camp, or not base camp, but the Confluencia, and then trek to the south face of the mountain, which is the most scenic view of the mountain that you can get. So they were there for maybe 3 or 4 days, and then they just went back to, their lives in Argentina. So it was definitely a mix of people. We saw Kuwaitis, Israel, a lot of different nationalities that were there trying to do that peak. It was me primarily, and then another female from the U.S. named Jordan, who was on that final expedition to go up to the top with our guide, Diego. So it was just us three after base camp that kept moving forward and going up.
So how about wildlife? Like, obviously on the Appalachian Trail, you're going to see bears and deer and stuff like that. But how about
I never saw a bear. I never saw a bear. I never saw a bear. I saw one bear, and that's because you have to walk through a zoo in New York. Like the Appalachian Trail goes through a zoo in New York, and there was a bear in a cage. That's the only bear that I saw.
That doesn't count.
It's got to be wild.
So how about in South America, though? Like, what type of wildlife did you see there?
In Ecuador, I saw more than I did in Argentina. Just because on that peak, there's not in Argentina on Aconcagua, there's not a lot of wildlife. It's very dry. It's in a rocky valley that you're going through just to get up to base camp, and then at that point, it's so high that there's nothing up there really. But Ecuador, we saw a lot of different wildlife. They actually, believe it or not, they have guinea pigs on a stick when you're driving around the different towns. Yeah, it's a delicacy. It's considered a delicacy there.
Okay,
and I really wanted to try one. Yeah, I wanted to try one so bad, but the group that I was with was, they advised against it because you could get a stomach bug and then it can ruin your entirety of the trip. I mean, they do not follow the same USDA standards of protocol that we have for preparing food. So definitely, I would love to go back though. Ecuador is such a beautiful country. It's rainforest. There's glaciated volcanoes. I mean, the political situation there is a little tense right now, but it's on the US dollar. Like they use the US dollar like we do. It was an easy flight from Atlanta to Quito, and the people were wonderful. Everyone I met, I had, no qualms with. Great time. Loved climbing there. And I would love to go back and climb some more as well.
Wow.
Argentina is Patagonia, which is just an amazing, beautiful area of that country. And it's huge. It's over 800 miles, which a lot of people don't realize how big Patagonia actually is. And I have plans to go down and trek some mountains down there. It's a bucket list trip. It's not, one of the big ones that I'm trying to do, but it's definitely on my radar for sure.
Do you find that in the hiking community, there's a lot of people willing to share their knowledge, and help novices out? Like if I'm a new guy and I want to, obviously you're doing stuff now that's, senior level stuff that you have to have a lot of experience doing. But if I'm a new guy, do you find that a lot of the people that you work with or just in the community are a great helping hand to say, hey, if you're just starting out, maybe try this trail or get this piece of equipment, or, hey, join us for, we're doing a 2-day march. I want to call it a march, a 2-day hike or something like that. Do you find that there's a lot of that?
I find that more in the hiking community than I do in the mountaineering community. The mountaineering community, I think because there's such a level of risk that's involved with it, people want to vet who they're going to go with and do things with. There is a lot of figuring out on your own or gaining your own experience in that community. But in the hiking community, it's very welcoming. It's very sharing of knowledge. There is no gatekeeping. There is a niche of purists who think that, you have to do the trail a certain way. You shouldn't sleep in towns. You should cook over a fire. Connected footsteps. You have to follow every white blaze or every piece of trail. I mean, so there's differences, there's definitely differences in how people view it. At the end of the day, it's really hike your own hike, however, what you're doing out there, what it's for. If you're getting what you want out of it, that's great. I'm happy for you. I don't have qualms with different varying levels of how they complete the trail or slack packing or sectioning it or whatever. There are some unwritten rules, that purists say that you have to do the through hike within a year, the calendar year for it to be considered a through hike versus doing it, sections at a time. I don't really get involved in all that because it's hike your own hike, It's how you want it. Yeah. It's what you want to get out of it. And that's what I believe.
So then you leave South America and you go to the Continental Divide. You hike the Continental Divide. Tell me a little bit about that. Where does that start? I'm not I've heard of it, but being from Pennsylvania, obviously I know the Appalachian Trail, but I'm not from that part of the country. So for those people that don't really know, what is the Continental Divide Trail and where does it start? Where does it end?
Yep. So it starts in the boot heel of New Mexico, on the border of Mexico and New Mexico. There's a monument out there commemorating it, and it is out in the middle of nowhere in the desert. There is no fence, no anything out there. It's just a monument out in the desert, and it goes from New Mexico through Colorado, through Wyoming. You can either follow into Idaho, or you can take a different route into Montana, and then it goes all the way up to the Canadian border in Watertown, Canada, with Montana. So it goes through some very differencing of terrain. You go from deserts to high altitude peaks in Colorado to the Great Basin in Wyoming, which is pretty much flat and there's no water out there, through Wind River Range in Wyoming, then Yellowstone by the Bridger-Teton National Forest area. Then in Montana, you go through a place called the Bob Marshall Wilderness. And then finally it ends in Glacier National Park up in Montana. So you traverse some amazing areas.
Would you say that the skill level for the Continental Divide is the same as the Appalachian Trail, or is it a little bit tougher or about the same, maybe different?
I would say I would not do it as a first through hike because logistically it's very forgiving. A lot of the areas are remote. They're far out there. You're not going to cross roads very often. So if you're not dialed in with your gear, your food, how to be out there for 5-6 days at a time without any help, it's not a good through hike to start with. As far as hiking wise, a little differences from the AT. The AT was really easy to follow because you just look for the white blaze everywhere. On the Continental Divide Trail, there are areas that you have to navigate through where you have to kind of find the trail yourself in a way, especially if you're going to take alternate routes. The good thing about the CDT is that it's choose your own adventure. You really can choose your own adventure. There are so many alternate routes you can take through different mountains and passes, through different parks. You don't have to follow just one strict route, which is the AT and the PCT. There's one route that you can follow, and that's pretty much it. On the CDT, as long as you're within 50 miles of the trail, you can make your own route, however you want to make it, which is awesome. And it's a very lonely trail as well. It doesn't get as much as the AT does by far. The AT, I think 5,000 to 6,000 people attempt it every year. The CDT, I would say less than 500 probably try that trail every year, whether they're going SOBO or NOBO, which is southbound or northbound, depending on the direction that you're going. But yeah.
So did you have a group that you went with on that, or did you do that by yourself, or
I started by myself. Yep. You meet people along the way. Yeah. All these trails I've always started by myself, and then you just kind of meet people along the way. I met up with one guy in New Mexico, and then we stayed together pretty much the entirety of the trail and ended up finishing together. So it was cool.
Wow.
Just me and him. Yeah.
So as far as like safety on the trails, I mean, I've heard nightmare stories of different things. Obviously, you said people are injured, hit their head, break their leg, get knocked out, whatever. And there's obviously, wild animals, especially if you get out, west is a little bit more than the, Appalachian Trail where, you have wolves, you have bears, you have more exposure to bigger game type of animals that can get a hold of you. As far as safety on these trails, like what do you do for safety, and what would you recommend for somebody to, that's doing this stuff to bring with them or be prepared for?
Yeah. Once I started in Wyoming in Wind River, I carried bear spray with me, and that's pretty much required. Definitely a bear resistant proof for your food storage, whether that's a bear canister or an Ursack, or you're going to hang your food. The majority of people that have problems with wildlife are ones that are careless with their food. They have wrappers in their pack that they're keeping in their tent. I mean, a ranger told us a story that they caught a black bear in the Smokies using just one peanut M&M. That's all they had to put in the cage, and the bear smelt it from miles away. So their senses are that keen and are on another level. If you have anything that smells within your pack, bears are gonna be attracted to it. Not only them, but raccoons, possums, chipmunks, bunnies, any type of forest freeloader that's out there that's trying to just get a meal from you. So you have to be very cognizant of every day. At the end of the day in my pack, I take out all my wrappers of food that I've used. I take out anything that smells, hand sanitizer, toothpaste, all that kind of stuff. And I put it in my bear set, in my Ursack. And then I hang that on a tree that's, away from my tent, generally 20 to 25 feet, because you want to actually hear if something is happening to your food as well. So you don't want it to be so far away. And I've never had an issue with wildlife. I did have something brush up on my tent when I was hiking through Colorado at one point, and I was sleeping and I felt it come along the side, and it was big, whatever it was, and it just brushed all the way down my tent. And I laid there for a minute, tried to see if I could hear anything, and then just went back to bed. I don't even know what type of animal it was, but it did kind of alarm me. It woke me up.
I don't think I would have been able to go back to sleep. I would have been I would have like, where's my gun? Where's my gun?
Yeah, and that's the thing. I've never carried a gun. I don't even carry a knife. I carry a small Amazon pair of scissors. That's probably like that big. That's it. That's all I carry. Yeah.
Wow. Now, what about like for first aid injuries and stuff? Like, I injure myself, or I run across somebody that's banged up on the trail. Like, what do you got for that? And what do you do to, in a situation where somebody needs more than just first aid attention and you have to call an ambulance or call emergency services or a ranger or something?
Yeah. So I carry what's called a Zoleo. It's similar to a Garmin InReach that has an SOS function. So if I ever needed some type of search and rescue, or, definitely a medical asset while you're out there far away from civilization, you just kind of hit that button and then they'll respond to you. As far as medical stuff that I carry personally, I might carry Leukotape, which is good for blisters and your feet. Definitely on Denali, I taped up my feet all the time. A small pair of scissors, some moleskin, maybe a Band-Aid or two, and that's pretty much it. Like, that's all that I'm carrying. I will carry Excedrin for like acute mountain symptoms, for something severe headaches, stuff like that. But that's pretty much it that I carry. Yeah.
So it's just interesting. You brought up Denali. Tell me about Denali. This is interesting because most people, you read about Denali, you see the pictures, you see it on YouTube, you see it on TV, but you're one of the few people I actually ever met who's been to Denali.
Yeah, Denali was, the journey was what the prize for that one, for me, is what it was. I decided to do Denali this year after hiking through the Arizona Trail. And I used that as preparation for Denali. I also did Mount Adams, Mount Hood, Mount Rainier before I flew out there. So you get into Talkeetna, which is the town where you meet up with everyone else before you fly out to the glacier. They check all your gear. You get some extra food. You pack all your stuff. You get some group gear because I went guided with a company called Alpine Ascents. And then you start rigging your sled because you have to pull a sled on Denali.
Oh,
because there's
really?
so much weight. Yeah. There's so much weight that you have to carry because you're carrying everything. You're carrying your tent. You're carrying all your own food for 21 days. So you go through a process of what's called caching, where I'm kind of getting ahead. So so we're in Talkeetna, do the gear layout, and then we fly out to the glacier. And you fly out on this plane that's, modified so that it can land on the glacier. So when we're flying, you can see the mountain, above the clouds. And in my mind, I'm like, man, this is probably a bad idea. Just seeing it, looking at it from a distance, because it's massive. It's huge. And it's just completely glaciated, snow covered. There's a few bits of rock here and there, but not very much. So you land on the glacier, download all your gear right away, and then the plane takes off. And it started snowing as soon as we got there. And that's when it really hit home, like, okay, this is it. This is the next 21 days, however long it takes, we're out here. So they split up all the group gear, and you get your gear ready, and you rig your sled. You tie everything down so it's a low center of gravity and whatnot. And then it gets hooked to the back of your pack. And then it also runs along on a rope. So you're all attached to a rope because it's glaciated. There's the probability and possibility of falling into crevasses where you could just get stuck down there. Yeah.
And
so
for the people that don't know what that is, could you tell them what a crevasses is?
Yeah, crevasses basically. So when you're walking on a glacier, there's that section of ice. And every once in a while, you'll get cracks in that section of ice that go up to the surface. And they'll shatter, and they'll create this huge pocket within the glacier. And if you're stepping on it, you can fall into one of those pockets if you're on a thin portion of the ice. Yeah. Okay. Some of them go all the way down. Some of them stop, at a certain point and whatnot. But there is a risk of it. Anytime you're doing glaciated travel, crevasses is the biggest risk that you have while you're out there. So you're all roped together on a rope team. You're carrying your pack, and then you have your sled that's getting towed behind you. So how you get through that mountain is really you have to climb it twice, is what they say. So you go up to a certain altitude, you'll cache gear, you'll go back down, you'll go up to the next camp, come back down, pick up that cache gear, and then go back to the next camp. So there's a process of how you're climbing it, as well as trying to acclimatize at the same time. The first 7 days were all snow-filled, 3 to 4 feet of snow at a time, no break from it, cold, windy, whiteout conditions, never saw the sun, didn't see my shadow. And then finally, once we get above 14,000 feet, it kind of broke through the cloud cover, and then we could start seeing the sun again. I remember one day it was so windy that we were getting hit in the face with ice that was coming off of the glacier while we were trying to go up to a cache at 13,000 feet. It was the windiest.
You have to wear those lenses, like the glare proof lenses and stuff like that when you're up there?
Yeah, I have a pair of glacier goggles that kind of protect the sides of your eyes. And then I have an actual pair of goggles for really, really bad weather. Yeah. And that day I was wearing my goggles for sure. And then a full face mask, so any exposed skin that gets hit in that wind, it'll immediately freeze, because it's already 5-6 degrees ambient temperature with the wind speed 20-30 miles per hour. You're looking at -10, -9, 15 right away for frostbite with the wind. Yep. So then we get to high camp at 17,000 feet, and this is about day 12 is when we got to high camp. So through the process, you have some days off. You have a lighter day where you don't carry as much weight and whatnot. And you have to go through a portion called the fixed lines, where you're linked in you have an ascender where you're pulling up on the line, similar to like Everest. If you've ever watched the video about Everest, it's similar
Yes,
to
I've
that.
seen green boots. What they call them, green boots, is one of the guys that died up there. Or something they use as a landmark or something.
He's the terrain teacher. Yeah, unfortunately. And there were 2 fatalities on Denali when we were out there. One was in an avalanche, and then another fell in a crevasse. So
in your group?
Not in our group. No. But other climbers that were on the mountain at the same time. Yeah.
Wow.
And it was actually, now that I think about it, it was really not that was discouraging, but how many teams that we saw turn back that never got a chance to summit because of the weather. The weather was the real discouraging part. I mean, it was pretty bad for the first week and a half that we were there. The guides dubbed it the Cold War season because every time we went to a new camp, they're like, I've never seen this much snow here, or it's never been this cold at this point in the season. So it was definitely a different weather season. When I left after we had summited and checked in with the ranger station, they said that the summit rate at that point was at 27%, which was one of the lowest years that they ever had weather-wise. Wow. So it was definitely fighting through, bitterness of cold, just constantly, having to wear layers all the time. It does warm up sometimes when the sun hits you, but the ambient temperature is still like 10 degrees. It might feel like 60 because of the sun and you're at that high of altitude, but it's no more than 10 or 15 degrees at any given time. So
what was the view like when you got there?
Views were incredible. I mean, it is just such a magical, special place. Some of the views from the fixed lines, and I posted them all on my Insta and my Facebook if anyone would like to see some of those pictures. Some of the views from high camp were just awesome. The views on the summit, they were good. You could see where you came from the start of the airstrip all the way through the glacier, walking up. But on the summit, it was the culmination, like I said, of the journey, just the prep, the training, the anticipation. And it was one peak that I really questioned myself if I had enough to do it, to get through it. Because everyone that I had talked to, 7 summit finishers, they all said Denali was the hardest, hands down, just because of the amount of weight that you have to carry day in and day out. And you can't really have a bad day on that mountain. On other commercialized mountains, you can get to a point where you can say, I just can't carry this weight anymore. Can I hire a Sherpa or a porter? Can someone carry the weight for me? And it's there. You never set up your own tents. Someone's setting that up for you. On Denali, it's a blue collar mountain. You're doing everything on your own, even though you're guided. They might cook the meals for you, melt the water for hot or cold water, but that's pretty much it. You're doing everything else yourself. And there is a level of skill that's somewhat expected of you when you show up on an expedition, to know how to work on the fixed lines, to know how to rig a sled, to know how to travel on a glacier. Yeah, there's some self-doubt when I started that journey, for sure. If I had the experience level to do it. And then standing on that summit, it was kind of a culmination of it. It's like, I actually, I did it. I made it.
You're one of the few people on the globe. One of the few people in the world that have done it.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's starting to set in a little bit. I want to go back though. I definitely want to. I want to do it unguided next time I go back. I think that would be even more of a challenge and funner in some aspects because with a guide, they're making all the decisions of when you're going to move, weather windows, things of that nature. When you're doing it unguided, you're the boss. You're making those decisions for you.
And so you went to Kilimanjaro as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did that one last year in October. Kili was an awesome mountain. I love that mountain. It was so enjoyable. I don't want to say it was easy because no summit is ever easy, but it was very enjoyable. I would definitely go back and do Kilimanjaro again. I did the Mashami route, which was a 6-day route. You start at Mashami Gate and then you go up to different camps along the way. And then you finally get to Barafu Camp, which is the last camp that you stay at before you do the summit push. The summit day was long. We started around midnight And then me and my guide, Galitzin, we were the first ones on the summit. We passed everyone on the way up, which was kind of awesome. And then we sat up there waiting for the sunrise, hoping to get a cool one. But it was all clagged in. It was clouded. We didn't get a really good one. So then we just decided to head back down. And then once you get back down to Camp Barafu, you still have to go to Mueca Camp, which is like another 6 miles away from that point. So summit day total mileage was maybe 12 or 16 miles. But it's also the elevation gain because you start at like 15,000 feet up to 19 and then descend all the way back down to about 12,000 feet. So it was a long day on that. But just the people, Tanzania in general was a great country to visit. I felt fairly safe there. Never had any issues. The guides were all nice. The porters, they love that mountain. And it is very, very beautiful. It's so cool to start in a rainforest and then you come above tree line and then you're on this kind of like lava eroded peak because it's a freestanding mountain. It's the tallest freestanding mountain in the world. And the glacier really isn't there anymore. It's retracted a lot in the past 25 years from what the guides told us and pointed out, which is unfortunate, but it was snow covered. When we went up to the summit. So that was kind of cool. And it's just so beautiful. The views were amazing. There's a lot of wildlife. I saw colobus monkeys, tons of wildlife out there, these huge birds. The food was good. I loved the food. Some people complain about the food, but I didn't have an issue with it. And it was just me and the guide. So it was a very small trip and really bonded with them. I told him about my mountaineering experience. He told me about his, and we made a plan to come back. There's a peak called Shira Needle, which is a really nice. I really want to go back there and climb that peak and do another climb of Kilimanjaro as well. If anyone is looking at from a bucket list trip adventure, I highly, highly recommend it. It's a very safe mountain to do. The trail is easy to follow. It's not very technically difficult, except one section called the Barranco Wall, which the guides will help you get through that section. You don't carry a lot of weight because the porters are going to carry the majority of it for you. So you pretty much carry like a day pack every day. And it's just an amazing, amazing experience. A lot of people, I think that's a bucket list one for them is Kilimanjaro, to do that. And
do you find that going to other countries, because I know that, like you said, the Continental Divide goes into Canada and, Kilimanjaro and obviously South America. Do you find that other countries are very welcoming to the mountain climbing and backpacking, hiking communities?
Yeah, from what I've seen, I think so. Yeah, it's a source for their economy as well. It's a huge, huge tourism portion for Tanzania is Kilimanjaro. I think they realize and recognize that. As far as the people that you meet, though, all very nice. I throughout all my travels, I've never met anyone that I was like, gosh, that's, mean person or brought bad on their country or things of that nature. Yeah. Just great experiences all around. Maybe I've been lucky. I don't know. Maybe people have bad experiences, but I've had good.
So we're halfway through the year at this point. And if I'm a fan and I want to watch you and follow along on your adventures and make sure, where can fans find you on Instagram or any other social media platform?
Yeah, so I'm on Instagram. It's Paul_Bunyan_214 on Insta. That's where I primarily post. I'm also on Facebook, and it's just my first last name on Facebook, Steven Palazzo. Yeah, they're more than welcome to follow me on there. And if they have any questions about some of the climbs or stuff that I've done, please reach out, DM. I'm not a gatekeeper. I'm all about sharing knowledge and experience because it's useless if you're not sharing it with people.
So what do we have forward to looking for your next adventure? Where are you going next?
Yeah, so I'm back in Colorado now, and I'm finishing off the 58 14ers. So I have about 27 of those left. So that's what I'll be doing this summer. After that, I'm either going to do Cartson's Pyramid, which is the Oceanic 7 summit in Papua New Guinea, or Kosciuszko, which is in Australia. So I haven't decided between those two yet, but that's kind of what I have on store for the rest of the year. And then a lot of skiing this winter in Colorado.
you're definitely a physical guy. I mean, I try to walk 7,500 steps a day, and you got me beat, man. Going skiing and then mountain climbing, and wow, it's just so much. And when you meet an extraordinary person like you, and we were talking a little bit before the show, I'm going to say it out so that the world can hear it. I think you need to write a book. I think this is a story that is 24 years in the U.S. military, traveling around the world. And when you were traveling around the world, the first part of your life as adult, it was not for recreational purposes. It was for defense purposes and stuff. And now you're traveling the world and doing things that, I can honestly say I maybe 1-2 other people in the entire world history that are doing everything that you plan to done and have done already. It's an inspiration not only to people that are getting into, the hiking and the mountain climbing, but also to your fellow veterans, and sometimes when people like, yourself that were in a leadership position, hang up their uniform and they go out and they live their life and they think they're not inspiring their soldiers. But you know what? I think somebody like you is still inspiring these young men and women today that, you're still a sergeant major, even though you don't wear the uniform, and you're just doing it in a different way and showing them that there's a life beyond the military and there's a life beyond war and there's a peace of mind. And you should really take a bow for the work and the inspiration that you're doing for millions of veterans worldwide, not just American veterans. So, I'm a big proponent. I think you should write a book, but you do what you want with it. And, if I can cap this interview off and say, what is one thing that you would want to tell people about your experience that would frame you in a light and a picture that, if I can do it, you can do it too?
Yeah, it just takes one step. It's so cliche to say that, but it only takes one step at a time to get through a lot of these experiences. That's it. And just take it one day at a time, one breath at a time, one step at a time, one problem at a time. That's all you got to do. Just focus on today. Don't worry about tomorrow. That's a tomorrow problem. It's not a today problem. And I love living in the moment like that, because in the military, it was so future focused about problems that might happen down the road. But now it's more in the moment focused, if that makes sense.
It totally makes sense. And for the Kling Connection fans out there, this has been an honor to have Steven Palazzo, former Command Sergeant Major, U.S. Army, mountain climber, hiker, inspiration to lots of people. We're going to leave the links to his social media platforms below. We're definitely going to follow his adventures and be some of his biggest supporters here on the Kling Connection. And, we'll try to give some updates. Click on the links below. Follow Mr. Palazzo on all his adventures. Give him a big thumbs up. And we really want to thank you for being on the show. And it was quite an honor.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for everything that you do as well.
And until next time, have fun storming the castle.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast. Huge thanks to our guest, Steven Palazzo, for sharing his incredible travel stories. Until next time, keep exploring, one journey at a time.
Are you tired of business coaches who promise the moon but deliver, well, nothing? Then it's time to meet Sean Kling. He's not here to tell you what you want to hear. He's here to tell you what you need to hear. With decades of real-world experience under his belt, Sean cuts through the noise and delivers sharp-witted insights that get results. He's built for leaders who are serious about scaling and dominating their industry. Stop settling for sugar-coated advice. It's time for the straight truth that fuels success. Work with Sean Kling. Visit SeanKling.com to book your power call, coaching session, or explore partnership opportunities today. Outwork them all. Outthink, outsmart, outlast.
Welcome to the latest episode of the Kling Connection. I'm Sean Kling, your host today, and we got a great treat for you. We have Miss Letitia Johnson, a Texas native that is a vlogger and does a podcast with her daughter and travels around the world. She has been involved in various different industries, everything from the airline industry to the cruising industry. and everything in between. And we are excited to have her. This is going to be a great show, and she's got a wealth of knowledge that she wants to share with everybody around the world. So welcome to the show, Letitia.
Well, thank you so much. I really am flattered that you reached out and gave me the opportunity to be here. So thank you.
It's our pleasure to have you. And I mean, we've checked into you. We've looked at a lot of your stuff, and you have an amazing story. You sounds like you have an amazing family. I can't wait to hear about your daughter. You said you had triplets, which is interesting. Can't wait to hear about your travel experiences and the things that you do as far as working in the airline industry and the cruise industry and everything like that. So first of all, let's start off with the place that people can find you. Like, where are you at?
Okay, well, it's kind of unusual, but we have so many different avenues over here. I'm an entrepreneur at heart, honestly. So I used to have my own advertising agency, and that's long gone, but that used to be called the J3 Group because I had the 3 kids. And currently, my daughter, she wanted to do a podcast. So we have a podcast called Mother, Daughter, God. It's just mother.daughter.god. And then in addition to that, I have some fun stuff sometimes on Etsy. I've written a devotional book out there for some kids, and that's out on the Home Little Home. I also have an Instagram, both with Mother, Daughter, God, and an Instagram with the Home Little Home. So I am so diverse and out there. It's just crazy. I have too many ideas, I think, for myself or others. So there's lots of places you can find me.
That's cool. I mean, like, I'm kind of the same way. I've written a book, and we're all over the place. Shayna and I have done all sorts of social media. We have this channel, we have a history channel, we have all sorts of stuff, a business channel. So that's really cool. So Mother, Daughter, God. Obviously, you said you're a devout person, but that's very trifecta sounding. What made you guys go with that name?
Well, my daughter actually approached me. So I do have triplets. I have 2 girls and a boy, and the youngest one is Avery. She graduated from the University of Arkansas, and we're pretty, tight and close. And she's one to want to come to me all the time for advice or some kind of information. What I think about topics, which is rare. I think, when you hit about 22, 23, usually kids don't really care what we have to say. And she just said, Mom, there's so much information you give me, and I pass it on to my girlfriends. And I just feel like there's not a lot of relationships like ours. And so I think that if we did a podcast, we could give a lot of really great information and advice out there to others like her in her age group and maybe beyond. And so she wanted to start the podcast. And I thought, well, that's great. But, I never want to give the advice thinking that I'm the sole say on anything and, that my way is the right way. So I'm always clear to say, like, this worked for us, maybe not for others, but really the direction that I've always tried to guide my kids on, the way I parent them, and my, any way I try to do things is usually founded by a biblical base in my relationship with the Lord. So I just wanted to add that in that, anything or that we say and talk about and the advice we give is probably going to be influenced in that direction.
I support that 100% because in today's world, I think we need a little bit more of that. I think people need to reel themselves back in and become a little bit more wholesome in what they do. And that's really great that you have a great relationship with the daughters, your daughter, because, a lot of parents don't know how to work with their kids, or they don't know how to communicate with their kids, or they don't, as they get older, they get a little bit more distant from their kids because the interests change for them. That kind of brings me to my first couple questions here. You're in Texas, yes. And that's the middle of the country. So you're probably just as far from California as you are from, say, Atlanta, Georgia in flight time. And you actually worked in the airline industry. Is that correct?
That's right. I did. I was born and raised here in Texas, but after college, I met my husband in college, and he was from the Fort Worth area. So not much to do in my small town of about 600 where I grew up to do. So I knew I wasn't going to get to have a career there. So I followed him here to North Texas. I'm literally like 6 miles away from the DFW airport. As you know, that's a major hub for the United States. You can't really do much traveling if you're not hitting somewhere in Dallas for a lot of connections. And American Airlines is in our back door, as well as Southwest Airlines. So at the very young age of, I think, 22 out of college, I started my career with American Airlines.
And what exactly did you do? I mean, if for American Airlines, were you there a long time? And what was the career path that you took there?
Well, gosh, the economy was really terrible back then. It's kind of like it is today. Was difficult to get a job. And so American at the time had only two real options for you to enter into their career force. You were either going to be in the actual airline, like stewardess, at the time is what we would call them, flight attendants, and pilots, co-pilots, etc. Or you could go into the corporate side as a provisional, unless you had your master's degree. And so a provisional was kind of like a temp agency within American, and you were just placed kind of anywhere. And it was actually kind of, now looking back, a cool option to do, because they tested the waters with you and kind of saw if you're going to be a good fit. And if you were a good fit, then they would hire you on full time. So that's what I did. And I went into the sales organization. And now looking back, my span of 30 years here, my career, it's always kind of been helping that sales portion, doing marketing and events and those kind of things for our sales team in the travel business. So I worked in the sales department and supported the sales group across the nation. And then I shortly moved over to the corporate advertising and marketing department and did a lot of direct mail to our Advantage customers. There with our premium customers as well, back in the day when we really spent a lot of time and money wooing people to be in our premium classic, first class, business class, and we cared about those Platinum Advantage members. And then I did a short stint over in AMR Investments and got my Series 6 and 63 license, which is totally random, but it was a mutual fund company that American owned. And then I missed the airline, so I came back over to AA Vacations, worked with the all-inclusive vacation world, and handled the marketing for that line, where we would work with third-party vendors like a Sheraton or a Hyatt or someone like that, and we would put a robust promotion together. Say, like, we're going to give you 10,000 Advantage miles if you book with Sheraton, put your flight with American, just one of kind of these all-inclusive that we would build, and then you'd get the Advantage miles if you book through us. So that's kind of where I ended my first round with American, was there. And then I had my family quickly, I say to people, because I had the triplets, and thought I might want to try this whole stay-at-home mom thing. And that really was not my cup of tea. I applaud all mothers that can be with their children all day. So that was really, honestly, at about the same time that we had 9/11. So in 9/11, of course, the world stopped for a little bit, especially for the airlines. And it was a very difficult time with American Airlines, losing planes, people, staff, all the things. Was just a terrible situation. So a few weeks after that happened, I reached out to my VP of sales and marketing for AA Vacations. And I was like, hey, I was kind of running this department with what we needed to do. I know what kind of copywriting we need and the printers and all the vendors. I know what we were paying. And I was actually at the time making a profit for them on the bottom line. So I just kind of pitched out that I would be happy to try to continue to do that work for them. I would do it at a 20% discount than they were paying, and I'd give them 90 days on the books if they would take a chance on me. And they called me 2 weeks later and they let me have the business. So that's how I started my advertising agency with AA Vacations as my first account, which was super great.
That's really interesting. And being, you and I are the same generation. My mother always told me, never ask a woman her age, but I'm going to assume that you and I are the same generation. Being somebody that worked in the airline pre 9/11 and then post 9/11 associated with the airlines, I can personally say, and I didn't work with the airlines, I had just gotten out of the Army at the time, the world of travel changed overnight. I remember being able to go to an airport, being 20 minutes before a flight,
for sure,
shoes off. You could take a bottle of shampoo with you, and everything. And the airlines changed overnight, and it's now been 25 years, almost 24 years, 25 years. And a lot of the ways that we used to get into the airline to get a plane have not gone back, and I don't see them going back. What type? In your opinion, what type of, outside of the TSA type of things that we all experience, unless you get pre-TSA, then you don't take your shoes off, and you're 85 years old, you don't have to take a sweater off. What type of things did you see change on your end as far as, from pre 9/11 to post 9/11. That's really interesting. I've actually never talked to somebody that was involved in the industry at that time.
Yeah. Well, first I would say the biggest thought I had was pre 9/11. I worked at corporate headquarters right here in Fort Worth. It was very easy to walk into our building, walk straight into corporate headquarters, go up the elevator, and walk in anywhere in our building. And prior to this happening, I did have the thought a couple of times, like, wow, it would be really easy for somebody who's a little crazy to just walk into this building, go to the 6th floor, walk into Mr. Crandall's office, and demand pretty much anything he wants, and he has the entire fleet in his hands. So I did have that thought a few times, but then I thought, well, that would never happen. So then, yes, right after 9/11, they shut all of that down, even from a corporate standpoint. We all had to have badges. We had secure doors. Not that you couldn't still probably tailgate if you wanted to at the time when I was doing it, but now they've even tightened that up even more. If I go and visit friends or if I have a meeting there, certainly they're even more cautious about that. They're not going to let you tailgate into the building. So that was one of the things I thought was interesting that they changed on the corporate side. From the airline and airport side, I think that it's really more personal. And the fact that, we non-revved, like you said, we could just decide at the last minute to hop over to the airport, run in, grab a flight 20, 30 minutes beforehand. You're going to be the last person on that plane anyway. It didn't really matter if you were there an hour before or not. Yeah. And one of the things I really miss about it, and I get a little emotional because I get sad when I see other people get sad. I don't know why. I guess I'm an empath, but I just remember the days of you could just walk into the airport and wait for your people to come off the plane, right? Or you could go with them and sit with them until they got onto the plane and hug them goodbye or greet them hello. And there's so much emotion and so much love that you see just being a bystander, when we call it people watching, I suppose. But I would just sometimes sit at the airport waiting for a flight and watch moms and dads kissing their kids goodbye and maybe sending them to college or greeting someone they haven't seen in so long and the happiness of saying hi to them when they come through that, door after they've been on the jet bridge. So that is gone. You don't get to see that anymore. And rarely do you come out, maybe you see a little kid holding a sign like, hi, mom, welcome home, at the baggage carousel or something like that. But I think that's missing for me personally. And I just loved those little emotional touch points that we used to have.
Yeah, you used to see pictures. I mean, this is a little bit before my time, but men would wear a business suit. Women would get dressed up on an airplane.
Oh, yeah.
I remember people used to be able to smoke on airplanes when I was a kid.
Yes.
The little ashtray thing on the armrest, and you would
yes,
like, stop that. I remember going to Disney World in the mid to early 80s with my parents, and I was playing with the ashtray, and my dad was a heavy smoker at the time.
Yeah, I think the smokers always had to be in the back of the plane. And now I think, what did that really matter? That's kind of funny that we actually did that. It was crazy. But yeah, just, different times and all things change and everything evolves and we move forward. So here we are today.
So I mean, you worked in advertising, you worked with the airline for a number of years, and a lot of our listeners are world travelers. And we know that you worked in other industries before, but with the airline, is there any secret hacks or any type of things that people may want to know about, maybe points or how to get trips, or if they miss a flight, or if a flight's canceled, or this type of stuff? Any of that type of stuff that maybe our viewers might be able to listen to?
I think I probably don't know as much as you think I do because I wasn't on the revenue side, but I think a thing that people don't understand, and maybe if you're very worldly travel, you do understand this, but, talking about points and all the things, but we just called them buckets. The seat was a bucket, right? And you would have these different buckets, like a K seat or a B seat or whatever they would want to call it, just the letter. And so a lot of people don't understand is that why did I get on the plane and I paid $350 for my seat and the person next to me says they spent, $189 or something like that. So, that happens in all the industries. It happens in the cruise industry. And I think people just need to understand the revenue management situation. You have your premium seats and you want to get those sold as quickly as you can at the highest prices you can. Of course, they have to make money and stay in business. And then every airline has a dedicated amount of seats that they've contracted out and they kind of dump them off to be wholesale. So that's your Expedias or your Travelocities, your Priceline's, things like like that where you go on and they want to buy your airline through, those people. So they're buying it at a discount. They're barely making maybe a little bit of a markup so that you will buy that airline and package it with a hotel, make it kind of your own little all-inclusive. And they know that they will probably hold on to that booking longer if they can always attach airline to it. We've just seen historically with the booking patterns that if you have airline associated with your booking, that you're not probably going to cancel that trip as easily. So I think people just need to understand that it can work for you and against you on how far you book out. I think if you're going to go to Europe, traditionally the last few years, the longer you waited and the closer into booking, you're paying a much higher rate than you would if you would have done it about 18 months before, or I don't even think you booked that far out, like a year out. But then, conversely, if you're with the cruise industry, if you wait till the very last minute, they're dumping those cabins and you can get them pretty cheap. So it just really comes down to revenue management. And I thankfully didn't ever have to work in that world, but they've really gotten to be experts as you will see, because I don't know how many times I've been on the airplane and there's an empty seat because they have got it just so fine tuned to exactly where they need to sell seats into which, buckets they need to put them into. So the days of non-revving, I think, are gone, honestly, like the benefit of being able to work for an airline and non-rev somewhere. I saw it trending to be less and less of a benefit. And I would say today it's got to be, almost non-existent because it's very difficult to get one of those empty seats.
Yeah, I was on a plane this week, and you see a lot of stuff online where now people are fighting on airplanes,
Yes.
Getting taken off. And we were on a plane, and a lady was sitting in the seat in front of us. And a man, I think he had throat cancer or something. He had a hard time to talk, and he had one of those like wands that helped him talk. And he wanted to sit in his seat. And the lady's like, well, why don't you just make it easier and sit over there? And he's like, I'll wait, And like it was like almost this fight on the plane, and I'm just like, come on, lady, just give the guy his seat. It's you see now a lot of stuff on TV and on the internet about the
For sure.
fighting on the airline, and it's not really worth it too, because people get you banned for life, you get arrested, go to jail.
Oh yeah,
fine.
terrible. They'd have no idea how serious it can be, right?
Oh yeah, the airline industry does not play, and
No.
you're not dealing with just municipal things; you're dealing with federal things at that level, and it's not the same,
That's for sure.
So, but you're in Dallas-Fort Worth, and I'm a big history geek, and I have been to Dallas-Fort Worth, and I absolutely I love the Fort Worth stockyards. I think they're really, really cool. We actually shot a video in the Fort Worth stockyards, and I've also been to the place where John F. Kennedy was assassinated, and the little X's on the road and stuff like that. And as a world traveler, as somebody that's worked in the airline industry, and we're going to get into the cruise stuff here in a second, but what are some of the coolest places that you got to see while flying?
Oh gosh. Oof. Oh man, you're really putting me on the spot. Some cool places. I think flying over the Alps is just actually something that's really beautiful. One of the favorite things I love to fly, and it's not worldly, is going into Chicago. Honestly, I love flying in there in the wintertime because you can see still the ice on the lake. And that's kind of a cool situation because they have to fly way over on the water before they come back into land. Recently, I just flew. We were in Alaska, and we were flying to Dawson City, which is way up north in Canada. I think we were like 180 miles south of the Arctic Circle. Just flying over, that was cool. When we were coming in, I will not know this proper name, but basically there's these, they look like ridges in the ground. And I was like, what is that? And I was told that because of the gold mining, that was where they would dig all, the soil and dump it. And so it's like just tons and tons of little long mounds. If you can just imagine people digging, and pulling up the soil and sifting and then throwing the dirt over and constantly doing that from both sides of like trudges. And then you have this like little ant mound that's, going down long. And there were hundreds of these, thousands of them. It was amazing. And they're probably 100 years old because of people that were, going back 100, 150 years ago in the gold rush. So that was super interesting lately as well. But you put me on the spot. There's just so many great things to see. But unfortunately, sometimes you don't see anything at all, right? Because the weather's not good and you're just like, bummer, this, it's terrible. One of the best sights is when you're flying home and you look out and you can say, oh, I can see, that car dealership sign, or I see that water tower, and that you're about to land and you're going to be home, because it's always good to come home.
Yeah, the trip home. And it's kind of cool that you flew over the Alps, and then now you're talking about Alaska, the gold rush. And which brings me to, we were kind of talking and when we were setting this up, and you work with a Alaska cruise line in Alaska, or you went to Alaska or something?
Yeah. So I work currently for Holland America Line, which is a cruise line that is under the Carnival Corporation. So I used to work for another competitor, Celebrity Cruises, but I do currently work for Holland America. And we are the first in Alaska and the best in Alaska, we tout. We were sailing there before Alaska was even a state. So we've been sailing for over 150 years, and we're super proud of our product in the Alaska market.
So Alaska, Seward's Folly, everybody calls it that. But my grandfather, my late grandfather, he's been dead for 26 years, something like that. Always wanted to go to Alaska. He loved animals. He loved the wildlife. He always wanted to go see, at a distance, obviously, he's not going to run up on a grizzly bear, but he wants to see grizzly bear, moose, that type of stuff. And, a lot of people have been seeing that Alaska has been really growing in popularity, and a lot of travel vloggers, YouTubers, podcasters are going to Alaska. When I think Alaska, I think of barren wasteland outside of what I've seen on documentaries and travel vlogs. And, my ex-wife's grandfather built the Alcan Highway during World War II from the United States to Alaska. He was an engineer in the Army during that. And I saw pictures of what it looked like in the 1940s, and it obviously probably doesn't look too much like that today. But Alaska is really growing in popularity. And you work for, Holland. Tell us a little bit about Holland's cruise to Alaska and where they go, or
I'd be happy to.
Years. I mean, I'd love to hear about this, because Shane and I have debated on doing an Alaska cruise, and any information would be amazing.
Oh, sure. I would love to have the opportunity. Well, first, I think, the popularity is just post, 2020. Everybody's traveling. Everybody wants to get out and see. And we're realizing the world is not as big as we thought, right? We always think like, oh, I can't go all the way to Alaska. So that is one of the reasons I believe it's in popularity. If you live here in Texas or where you are in Florida, it's a lovely place to go in the summer, because it's going to be nice and cool, but not miserable. And so you're going to enjoy the reprieve from the heat. But I always tell everyone, if you're going to fly and go all the way to Alaska, then you need to do some experience on the land. And however much that is, as a personal thing, I know people don't have a lot of PTO, or they don't have a lot of funding perhaps. And so you got to do what's good for you. But some options on that would be, we personally sell what we call a cruise tour. So a cruise tour is where you can put land either before the cruise or after the cruise. You spend some time on the land, and typically on the short end of 3 days, we take you up into the Denali area, and we have a lodge there. And so we will take you by, it depends where you're going to start, but let's just say we start in Anchorage. Well, first of all, Anchorage is lovely in itself. You could just stay in Anchorage for a couple of nights. They have lots of great things to do. You can do like sea-doos and those crazy things out with a wetsuit and go out to a glacier. You can hike. You can see, you can see a lot of Alaska and see what it's about right there in Anchorage. But we will put you on a beautiful train from Anchorage and take you over to Denali. And our train is a beautiful glass dome train. So the ride is about 8 hours, and you're just going through this beautiful countryside. You can imagine, everywhere you look, it's just a glass encasement. And during the ride, we take you downstairs and we'll feed you breakfast and or lunch. And it's just a great experience. There's a bar on there, an open bar. You've got a lovely seat. It's just super enjoyable. You think it's going to take forever. It just goes by way too fast. So you get to see a lot of the countryside through that train ride. And then once you're in Denali, if you're staying with Holland, you would stay at our lodge. And there is so many fun things there to do. Like we have fire pits. We call it the Denali Square. We'll have musicians out there playing, sometimes just like on their guitars, and everybody's singing along. There's several restaurants that are there, and then we have beautiful accommodations to stay. And then we will work with the national park, and it is over 9,100 acres, I believe. No, square miles. I get that wrong. 9,100 square miles of, it's huge, a very large national park. And they, the people that we work with, we will put you on, it's really like an old school bus, but it's about a 5-hour tour, and we drive you up into the national park. Now, what's interesting is if you go by yourself and you use your own car, you can only go in 15 miles and then they stop you.
Is that for safety reasons?
They're just really, really strict about preserving the park, and they don't want people to disturb it. It's just very much untouched. And the reason we even go in there is so, one, you hopefully can see Denali, and two, you want to see the wildlife, which there are what we call the big five. So you want to be able to see a Dall sheep. You want to see the grizzly, the moose, the caribou, and then what we say, the elusive wolf, because no one ever seems to get to see that.
I think I'll steer clear of the grizzly bear and the wolf. I mean, but I heard moose can be kind of dangerous.
They're actually more dangerous than bears because they can trot 35 miles an hour, and more people think that they are fine and get hurt by them, because kind of like buffalo in Yellowstone, it's just not a good idea to probably try to get your picture with one. But with our the buses and the people that we work with, we can take you all the way into about 35 miles of the park. And so you really get to go in, and everybody's, on there trying to spot animals and look. And this last time that I went, I did see 4 of the 5. I didn't see that wolf. But we had gone in and seen caribou, we saw a moose, and we saw lots of Dall sheep. And we were turning around and leaving, and I was kind of getting a little bit down in the mouth. I was like, I've never seen a bear here. And literally like 10 minutes later, we had a mom and her 2 cubs that looked like they're about to be booted out of the nest because they were quite large. They just came up from the cliff. They walked up in front of our bus, and they started trotting right in front of us. So we had to, slow down. And they kind of looked at us like, you can take your time because this is our road and we own it. And then they kept going a little ways, and there was like a little turn off on the left-hand side, and they went over there, and they literally put a show on for us. They played with each other. They stood on their hind feet. They were just adorable. And then they got right back in front of us and kept going again. So for 20 minutes, we were just following these bears. And I think finally they got bored with us, so they went off and disappeared. But it was super cool to see and so fun. It was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we saw this. So that was a great experience. So with that, you would get to experience that. It's about a 3-night experience, and then we get you back depending on where you're going to get on a ship, if it's Seward or wherever we're going to, get that line is going to take you. And then you would then sail. And that's called an open jaw cruise. So for people who are going to start in one port, say Seattle, and end up maybe into Seward or somewhere north, that is called an open jaw when you only go one way. And then, of course, the traditional is round trip. If you started in Seattle and you went all the way around.
Most of the cruises leave from Seattle. You're mentioning Seattle. Is that where most of the Alaska cruises head out of?
For us right here, you're going to either do Seattle or Vancouver for sure. So those are going to be, the 2. And then, you just really want to look at itineraries and see what you're going to see. Holland provides you a glacier guarantee, and we have so many more permits that allow us to see glaciers. There's a lot of places where they only offer cruise lines as a whole, like so many tickets a day that they can go in and look at, these glaciers. And we're offered that before every other because we have been sailing there the longest. So that's something to consider. And being able to say, do you want to see, the Glacier Bay, or do you really want to see a particular, glacier? So, work with the travel agents, what I always say, and tell them what you're really wanting to see. On the trip I just did, after we left Denali, we took a bus to Fairbanks, and then from Fairbanks, we flew to Dawson City. And then from Dawson City, we took a bus, which is going to be replaced next year with an air flight to Whitehorse. And then I'll tell you, we took a bus from Whitehorse to Skagway, and I think that is probably the most beautiful drive I've ever had in my life. It was my first time to do that drive, and it's just absolutely breathtaking. I've never seen anything quite so lovely. And then Skagway's a great town. It's super cute and fun, and offered there is the White Pass train, which is as great of an engineering feat, they say, as the Statue of Liberty. So if you want to ever experience that, it's super cool too. It's an old-timey train car with the benches, and it just hugs the side of the mountains, and you are going all the way up, and great sights of beautiful waterfalls, lakes, scenery. It's just really, really amazing experience to get to do that.
You hear a lot of that about Alaska, and you're reinforcing what I've heard. A lot of trains, a lot of seaplanes getting around.
Yes.
And auto travel while there is limited. Was it Juneau? You can't get into without a ship or a seaplane?
I think you're probably right. Now you're going to start testing me on all the things. I'm not sure. But Juneau is known for, you just to know, is Tracy crab legs. Everybody has to go there to get their crab legs. And I would say it's a great opportunity to see whales. So when you think about going on an Alaska cruise, people are thinking, oh, I'm going to be, standing on the side of the ship here, and I'm going to see all these whales, and they're going to be in and out of the water. Well, that's not really true. You might see a whale. If you do, you're lucky to see one, probably. But if you go into Juneau, you will be able to take an excursion where you get on a boat. I don't know how big of a boat it is. It carries about 50 people, and it takes you into the bay, and you are guaranteed to see lovely opportunities with whales. They're feeding, and they're swimming, and they're all around you, and they're literally like 20 feet from you. It's an amazing experience.
What kind of whales are in Alaska? Is that like a killer whale, like orca, or?
Yeah, you'll see orcas. I had friends that went out, and they actually went kayaking out of Skagway, and they had orcas just come up right by them. So that's pretty just, like, wow.
The natural beauty of Alaska is I can't think of a state. Well, every state has its own beauty. Let's get that out. Even places like New York, Western New York and stuff have a great, but Alaska really sets itself apart because you have this area at one part in southern Alaska is forests and pine trees, and then the further north you get more of a tundra type of thing, and oil cities. And from what I understand, the waterways to get there's only certain times of year that you can go, because other times of year it's rough.
Be frozen. You're probably taking sled dogs if you need to at some point. That's for sure.
So these cruises that you guys go on, what generally, how long are they?
Yeah. So, you can do something, well, with a cruise tour like what we did. I was referencing that. It's really, really a great one because you can do the land for, say, we did 7 nights, and then we were on the cruise for 4 days. So it gives you a taste of both. You get to see the glaciers, and you get to see the landscape from the water, which is important to see. And you want to see, all of the really cool, the icebergs and the whole experience like that. But then, like I say, I just feel like if you don't do the land, you're missing the opportunity to really see Alaska. If you go out of Seattle, you can do a 7-day round trip, and that is easy in and easy out. If you're just like, I can't do the land, but I want to see what I can. Well, you're definitely going to see some land, because whenever we poured into those different ports like Juneau or Skagway or Ketchikan, you're going to be able to go into the town. You can do excursions. You can go in and salmon fish, go watch bears. You can take an air flight if you want to a glacier. So there's opportunities to still do things on the land. When you do it, it's just a little bit more rushed. But that is an easy way to still see Alaska, is just, go over to Seattle, hop over there, spend a day, enjoy Seattle for a day, see the fish market and stay the night, and then hop on a cruise, and you've got 7 days of fun ahead of you.
So what does it hug kind of the coastline? Do you go out to the Aleutian Islands, or does it stop before you go to the Aleutians, or?
Boy, you're really just going to get my knowledge here. Well, we try to stick along and try to do the inside passage so that we can, see as much as the scenery that we can and not bore you with just the water. So yes. And then along, as I said, you're going to be able to go into, I wish I could tell you all the different glacier names that you're going to be able to see. But what's really cool about it is they'll take you up into kind of a little niche, like bay area looking situation. and they'll just stop the ship and they'll do a complete 360 turn on that ship. And it's just really cool experience because you can just stand there and then something that we do on Holland is you can even go out to the front or the bow of the ship and take a blanket and they'll serve you hot chocolate, or what we're known for is hot pea soup. And because we're very, Dutch, and we want to just pamper you while you're out there, and you're just really taking in from the outside of the ship, the air, the scenery, the crispness of the coolness. It's just such an experience. And that 360 turn is just kind of mesmerizing. It's almost like you're in a snow globe, and you're kind of like inside of it. And you're like, wow, this is super cool that I'm right here in this very huge world of ours and seeing this.
So how many people are usually, can a cruise ship hold, like something like that? I mean, I was on a cruise about a year and a half ago in the Caribbean, and most everybody goes to the Caribbean on their first cruise.
For sure.
There seem to be like a lot of people, but the photos I see of the Alaskan cruises, the ships seem a little bit smaller. Maybe I'm wrong, but how many? Like,
no, you're
ship, how many people?
Well, you're right. There can be big ships and there's little ships. So the first thing I'd love to address about cruising in general is, I have a lot of people who say, "Oh, I went on a cruise and it was a terrible experience. I'm never going to go on one again." Or I went on a cruise and I wasn't sure about this or that. There was too many people. Or they're scared to go on a cruise because they think they're going to get, ill, or there's too many people on the ship. So let's just address that whole thing real quick. Okay. I like to tell people cruises and cruise ships are like hotels. So it's a little bit easier to say, there's everything, let's say from a Days Inn or a Super 8 motel all the way up to, say, the Ritz-Carlton, right? And the Ritz, right? So there's everything in between. And I think you have to realize that with cruise lines, it's the same way. So you're going to have the cheap, dirty cruises that are going to be what we call right here in Texas, we call it the Redneck Riviera out of Galveston. We're going to take probably the least attractive ship, the one that's just probably old and needs to be retired, but still running. And the people are still going to be great service and you're still going to have a lot of fun, but it's just a quick, dirty, easy trip and it's not going to cost you very much money and you get to taste it. Well, that's good and bad. You get to taste it and you get to see what it's about. But some people think, well, that really was kind of cheap and kind of terrible. So I say to people, give it a chance and think about it as maybe you need to move up to the Marriott, or maybe you're more of a W Hotel kind of girl, or maybe you really want to stay in the Ritz. So you have to find the cruise line that's going to fit your personality. Another thing to understand is that a lot of people don't realize is that there's like these umbrellas. So you have like Royal Caribbean, and they own Celebrity Cruises, and they have Silver Seas. So that's kind of their premium product. So I work with Holland America. We're owned by Carnival Corporation. And so under Carnival, we have the Carnival ships. We have Princess, there's Holland, there's Cunard, and there's Costa. So there's a lot of brands underneath that. And you'll have the same for NCL, and you'll have the same, there's just different umbrellas of different brands. And you're going to have even in that ship. So let's just talk about Carnival. You're going to have a premium top-end, brand new, beautiful ship all the way down to that one that's a little clunky that we're just doing the cheap, dirty, cruises out of Texas. That's
right. What it is, yeah.
But it's not going to be comparable if you said, oh gosh, I went on the XYZ, which is the top end, whichever brand that you went on or the name of the ship. So Holland, we have 11 ships, and we're pretty much, we feel like a premium class across the board. We don't really have that really, really low end, or we do have a high end. We love our Pinnacle class. That's our newest fleet, and we love that Pinnacle class. She's a show off. And that's what we typically would suggest, and that's what I was on in Alaska. But we're very much known for our legendary and Grand World cruises. So that's anything where you're getting into 30 plus days. We have a 160-day world cruise. You're becoming, that's your home. And so we look at like our Zuiderdam. She's a smaller ship. She's probably only going to be holding about 2,200 people. And we really make it like a neighborhood. In fact, on those world cruises, they really divide the ship as like a neighborhood, and they'll have block parties. People decorate their block a certain way. You kind of decorate your room just like home. And it's just a complete different experience. And so that's not something like that maybe you would see on Icon of the Seas, who has 10,000 people on there. I think it holds like 75 or 7,300 passengers and the rest of its crew members. Wow. So you always have to think whenever you hear like, oh, a ship carries X many people. Well, perhaps it does, but it's not all going to be consumers. You have to think there's going to be that crew deck. So Holland, we're very proud because we have a 2-to-1 ratio for our guests to our crew, and we're just all about our service. And we've won the Cruise Critic Service Award for 3 years in a row, and we think we do cruising very well, and especially to Alaska.
6 months living on a cruise ship is a long time. I've seen a lot of that on the internet. I don't know, man. That's I mean, some people, that's their thing. I mean, like, that'd be great, but 6 months might be a little bit long for somebody like me. But the one thing I did notice when I was on a cruise, and Holland, I'm assuming probably follows the same, guidelines as everybody else is. The diversity and internationalists of the crew. I was I've met so many people from the Philippines, and I met people from Germany, and I've met people from, Mexico and all over the world that work in various aspects of the crew, whether it's, laundry services or people that work in the food service or what have you. I mean, do you guys have a lot of that on your cruise ships as well?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think that is probably the best, it is such a huge provider for income for families. There are so many working people, like you said, in the Philippines, and we're supporting maybe 2 or 3 families by one person being able to work for us. So they are as dedicated to us as we want to be to them. And we really value the fact that they're taking sometimes, 6 months on a contract of their life to spend on a ship to serve our guests. And, they're just really across the board, no matter what their nationality is. They're just all beautiful people. And there's a huge science, I think behind that. I wish I knew more about it. It fascinates me, but the amount of hours they work, the shifts that they have, how they set up the roommates, the way that they just rotate, even, not only the guests, but our crew members, so that there's just harmony. Because if you can imagine having to live with that kind of people in such tight quarters at 6 months at a time on a contract, that it's not always going to be pleasant. So, I think they do a really, really nice job on how to keep happiness between them. They forge great relationships. I've seen some times where then now there's a husband and a wife working because they met on the ship, and they're decided that they're going to marry, and they work the same contracts, and one's housekeeping and one's working a bar or something like that. But yes, and I would say, one, you don't see many Americans, and I think it's sadly to say, because we probably don't want to work that hard. They are working, 12-hour, 14-hour shifts. It's a hard job. It's hard work, and I applaud that they can do it, because I'm not sure I could. But one way you will see probably more Americans is in our entertainment. So we do, have our own production shows, and a lot of dancers, singers, and the musicians. You kind of see them there. And I actually tried to get my daughter Avery after high school, because she was a dancer. I was like, gosh, take a year, go dance on a cruise ship, do the production shows, see the world. It's a great opportunity. You make all this money, throw it into your banking account. You're getting your food and your room for free, basically. And she was like, there's no way I'm going to do that. And today she would say, man, I should have done that when I was in great shape, because what a great opportunity it would have been. So, but you're absolutely right. We do like to employ just a ton of people, but really it's not about their nationality. It's just about their service heart and how they want to serve our guests.
I remember being on a cruise ship, and when I saw this one taller gentleman, he was bald, not like me getting thin. I mean, he was bald. And he had a very thick Eastern European accent. I want to say like maybe Polish or something along that line. And I sat back and I said, man, if I had to hire somebody to work for me, it would be this guy. Because not only was he, when his people were falling behind or maybe couldn't keep up or they had a big workload, he was putting food out, he was putting off tables. And I'm just like, this guy is a machine, and he appreciates the work, which brings me to my next thing. I mean, we're talking about staff. Let's get down to the meat and potatoes here. Literally, tell me about the chefs, tell me about the cuisine, because a lot of people go on these cruise ships to try the culinary stuff, the big food, the world famous chefs.
Absolutely.
And I'd love to hear about it. And I know that the fans would love to hear about food on a cruise ship.
Yeah, I'm a foodie, so let's talk about it. Well, I really love the fact that, probably 5 years ago, you could go on a cruise and it was very disconnected. So you could be going, say, sailing into Rome, somewhere on the Italy coast, and you're being served up a pot roast or, some tacos or something for dinner, just something crazy like that. And there's a huge disconnect. You're like, wait, I'm here in Italy and I'm not going to get Italian food offered to me. So we have really worked, in the last 5 years and really, the past 18 months or so to bring the cuisine to be more local. So that doesn't mean just only serving food that resonates with the area, but we also are sourcing our food locally. So we're bringing on those fruits and the vegetables and even the fish. We have a really fantastic fish program. It's called the Fresh Fish program. It's a hard one to say, but we are guaranteeing that we're bringing fish from port to plate in 48 hours. So wherever we are in that region, we try to source the local fish for sure. And then we're making those dishes to be where you're experiencing. So in Argentina, you're going to probably get a great piece of meat and some, lovely vegetables. If you are in the Med, you're going to definitely see those fish in lighter fares. So I think that's something that we've really strived to work on, and we're just really proud of our cuisine now. So we always have the main dining room where you have that experience, and we have recently also partnership with Chef Morimoto, who is a fantastic, Asian chef-inspired, lovely sushi opportunities there to work into. And so sometimes we will have on our menu like an entree that just says it's been endorsed or like he's influenced that cuisine. That it's like a Morimoto special. But then we also have our specialty restaurants. And so those will break off, and we have like a steakhouse. We have a really great French restaurant, and we have an Italian restaurant, and then we have an Asian restaurant, and we'll have either the Morimoto at sea. And some of our ships, we don't have a designated restaurant for him, but we'll do a pop-up. So one night in the Asian restaurant, it's dedicated to him and his menu. So that's one of our chefs that we definitely lean into for his inspiration. But you're absolutely right. When I worked at Celebrity, we really leaned into our relationship with Daniel Boulud, and he really took us from James Beard over to the Michelin star inspired menu, and they were able to put the first Daniel Boulud restaurant at sea, which was a huge feather in their cap at the time for sure. So I think cruise lines are getting smarter about that. We can't just put out the food that you think is like a buffet style. Even our buffets are just fantastic. Yeah, you gotta step it up. And we're really proud of the fact that we make all of our pastas, all of our breads, the soup bases, everything is made fresh on board.
And I can't imagine the mammoth undertaking that you guys have to get when you get to the port, not only for food, but for cleansers and paper products and, yes. Medical supplies and everything. I mean, and the logistics of just running a cruise ship. I mean, it's like being in the U.S. Navy. It really is.
For sure. Yes.
The logistics of it, and people don't really understand the logistics that go into these cruise ships. And the cruise industry also hurt. We talked earlier about 9/11 and the airline industry, but the cruise industry also hurt. And I remember hearing stories about people that were stuck on cruise ship for like a week or two during COVID. They weren't allowed to land, or if
Right.
they were American, they were allowed to come to the U.S. But if they weren't, they had to stay on the cruise ship. And I know you weren't in the industry at that time, but I'm sure you heard stories.
I was in the industry. I worked, for 2020. I did in COVID. I was with Celebrity. Unfortunately, a lot of times we were trying to get into ports and we were just told, no, you can't come in here. And they pushed us away. And so we kept going and going. We had most of our ships kind of land where they needed to, but we had one that was just kind of out at sea a little bit longer than we wanted to be. I think it took about a week for them to finally come back into a U.S. port, and we got our passengers safely off. I'll tell you, that was a really terrible time, but also a really great time to see humanity. So one of the things I would have to just shout out to is our crew stuck with our guests, and they didn't hop off at the first chance. Kind of like the pilot doesn't get off right until everybody else does. So we had a lot of our crew, as you mentioned, in the Philippines. They needed to get home, and we couldn't get them into a port to fly home because nobody really wanted to take the chance of like, what are you bringing on land? And what are you going to take into the air? And rightly so. I suppose I was a little frustrated at the time, but looking back, maybe it was the right decision. So we literally took our cruise ship and we loaded it up with our personnel and we cruised them to go home. We took them home. So I don't think a lot of people see the humanitarian side of what cruises do. So
a story that did not make the news. I'm really
it doesn't.
I didn't realize Holland did that. That was
that's crazy. And on the backside of yes, it's amazing. And on the backside of that, whenever the vaccines were starting to be available, we also were the first cruise line that we took a staff over and we inoculated the Philippines and their family, and we took care of them because we wanted them to be first safeguarded because we knew we couldn't do business without them coming back. So we provided all of those vaccines to that community and made sure that they were all going to stay healthy and, protect them as best as we could. That also didn't make the news. In addition to that, we try to help whenever there's hurricanes. A lot of people don't realize that whenever there's hurricanes and these islands are hit, they'd have nothing. There's no electricity. They don't have water. They don't have ice. They literally have nothing at times. So many cruise lines do this where they will offer up a ship and they'll take water and food and personnel and Red Cross members, and we will just go over there and bank, and we'll kind of be like a hub for them so that we're providing them food and we're providing some safety. And if there's Americans that are stuck on the island at the time they need to get home, well, then we'll bring them back home if we need to and port them back into the Florida ports. So there's a lot of great things that I think cruise lines do that don't really make the press, but it's just knowing that they have a good heart at the bottom of it and they're doing the right thing.
I had no idea that the cruise lines did that. Because going across that big, vast ocean like that from the United States to the Philippines is nuts. You see all the time where ships are attacked off the coast of Somalia by pirates.
Yes.
That's the first thing that would come to my mind is, piracy. It's no laughing matter. And some of these cruise ships have like sonic sounds and stuff like that. Or water cannons they put out. And
yes.
Wow. I'm blown away. I didn't know that. I was today years old when I learned that. That's my hat's off to Holland.
Yeah, I think, and not just Holland. I think, there's several that do it out there, and it's just the right thing to do. So I really think that sadly, we don't say things. We always hear about the bad experiences, right? Like, oh, a ship, ran out of something, or it's like 100 people came off with the norovirus, or, with some terrible news. It's like 1 in a million that makes the news, but you don't always hear about the great things that we're doing behind the scenes.
As we kind of wrap up here, Mother, Daughter, God, tell us a little bit about what you guys post and your mission with this.
Yeah. I don't even know what I always talked about. At some points, it's just a conversation, honestly. It's just Avery and I chit-chatting, and sadly, you get the benefit of sitting with us, and that's good or bad. But we have kind of, tried to start out with just some really good basics of things that maybe girls in their early 20s or mid-20s might need to know about just starting out in life. Etiquette in some ways, like we're learning, there's not a lot of people that know some etiquette styles and things that they need to know of when to write a thank you note, when to take a hostess gift. Perhaps we have one on like, do you date to marry or do you date for fun? And that can be controversial, but, we touched that little topic. We went through some, Avery had a boyfriend, she had some heartbreak, and then now she's got a new boyfriend and she just recently got engaged. So you get to experience
Avery.
that. Yeah. So you get to experience that whole drama of, the ups and the downs and the in-betweens and how to handle those kind of things. We've talked about in-laws. My other daughter was married and we celebrated her first year of marriage, and she got on and talked about what she experienced as a new bride and kind of things that were maybe a disappointment or things that she thought were hyped up that didn't happen. And then the things that she didn't expect to be really great, how awesome they were. We've had my son on there as a guest speaker and his girlfriend. So we just kind of cover the gamut. It's just kind of whatever we want to talk about. Sometimes we talk about fashion and what's hot. And we've spoken a few times about travel and kind of dug into a bit of, what are the benefits of doing an all-inclusive versus land travel versus cruise. So, you could go in and dig into that a little bit if you wanted to, but it's all over the board, honestly. But it's just a fun time for a mother and a daughter to be chatting.
And what places can they find your podcast? You on Spotify? You on Amazon?
We're everywhere. Yeah, we're pretty much on all the sources. When we load it up, it just kind of pushes out to all the different platforms. I think we get the most, obviously, from Apple, whenever people are listening on their Apple device. But it was really cool the first year that we did it. We literally were just kind of doing it for fun. We didn't expect it to be any big deal. But at the end of the year, we got kind of a little analysis of what our reporting was. And we had hit 8 different countries, one of them being Somalia, which was super cool. Wow. And I think we had 1,400 downloads. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool for like our first year. And we haven't advertised it, and we didn't really do anything but other just throw it out there. So it was after, all that was people just finding it or word of mouth. But it's really fun. It's just honestly, more than anything, a special time for me to be able to get to sit down with her and chit chat and have some one-on-one conversation with her.
And Somalia is a Christian country too. Most people don't realize that. It's, they think just Muslims and Muslim religion, but their Christianity, they actually have a different Bible. And I won't go down to that road, but there's a different Bible and a lot of the old Christianity stories in Somalia is, a Christian-based country. A lot of people don't realize that. And it's great to see that you guys are reaching out to the youth, not only as a mother and daughter figure that are, hey, look, we're normal people just like you. We live through this stuff, but also traveling, seeing the world, living life that God gave us to go out there and experience and be mom, be daughter, be world travelers. Do everything that God put you here to enjoy, as well as work. Most people get sucked up into work, and then they realize they're 80 years old and they've never been anywhere in their life. And you and your daughter are living the dream. And as we wrap this up, if you could give one message to your fans and to my fans, what would that be?
Oh, I think you kind of hit it. I mean, life is short. In the last 3 years, I've lost more friends at my age than I care to, and I am 55. You asked my age. I or didn't want to ask my age, but I will tell you, I just turned 55, and it's really unbelievable how many of my friends I have lost in the last few years. So it's just really been a wake up call to me to just say, what is the purpose of where we are and what are we doing? And of course, for me, my first purpose is to live a life that, shines to others, and I can hopefully, emulate the love of Christ. But beyond that, I want to be caring, and I want to help people. I try to network people to make them successful or help them, broaden their reach in their life, no matter what it is, whether it's culinary or floral or travel or whatever they enjoy. I'd love to just, help them move along in that passion. But, the world is really a very small place. If we think it's just this huge thing, and growing up in the 70s, I thought I'd never get to see, Europe. I never would be able to go to China. It's so much easier today. And especially with the cruise lines, it's so easy to hit so many places in just a short little bit of time. So I would say get out of your comfort zone, push yourself, find somebody that loves travel as much as you do. And if you don't, go by yourself. You'll find a friend, and just see what is out there, because not only does it let you appreciate what's out there, it might also change your mind of your views, because you might realize that your little perfect world is not like the rest of the world. And there's a lot of people out there that live in poverty, and they don't have the wonderful American life that we have. And we take things for granted, honestly, that how great we have it here. And so it might just open up your eyes a little bit, and you might want to be, a little bit more cautious in how you think about things and how you say things. So that would probably be my mission statement there.
The world has definitely changed. And when I was a kid, you had East and West Germany. You couldn't go to the Soviet Union. Thank God our kids don't live in that world where you're hiding under your desk at school. But the world's definitely changed. And for our fans out there, I'd like you to go out, find Mother, Daughter, God, and go and subscribe and listen to their channel. I know we are going to definitely follow them and follow Letitia and her family's adventures around the world and see what's going on and just hear maybe a different aspect of things. And if you are a godly person or just interested in just life in general, how mom and daughter and sons and family work, go and subscribe to her. Look for her up on her Instagram, on social media. Definitely give her a shout out and give her an opportunity. And for the Kling Connection, we'd like to thank you for tuning in today. You can subscribe to us on YouTube. We're also on Rumble. We're on Spotify. We're on all the social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. You can find us anywhere. Go there and subscribe, like, share, and go out and find Letitia. And until next time, have fun storming the castle.
Thank you.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of the Kling Connection Travel Talk podcast. Huge thanks to our guest, Letitia Johnson from Mother Daughter God podcast, for sharing her incredible travel stories and experiences. Until next time, keep exploring, one journey at a time.
Hey, Kling Connection fam. Welcome to another episode of the Kling Connection podcast. Today we have an awesome guest, a very special guest that we had to beat the bushes for to finally get her on the show, and her name is Taylor Gill. Taylor Gill is a traveling nomad. She's been around the country, around the world, 31 different countries, all around the United States, and she has a great amount of stories to tell us, and we want to share her life and her stories with you. So without further ado, hey, Taylor, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks so much for having me on. Happy to be here.
Thanks for coming on. And we were talking a little bit about your life and the stuff that you've accomplished before the show today. So we have so much to get into over the course of the show, and I don't even know where we're going to start. I mean, just the stuff that you were telling me is wow. So the first thing is your brand is Traveling Taylor. Okay.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about Traveling Taylor. Who is Taylor Gill, Traveling Taylor?
Yeah. So I set off on my own nomad adventures in 2018 after studying abroad, interning abroad, working and studying abroad. I was an advisor for about 7 years, and I decided to take my own advice and just go and do it and explore the world. I was talking to my students every day, and it was like, don't be scared. It's going to be so much fun. And I was like, I need to do that myself. And so I was turning 30, and that was the last year that I could get the working holiday visa for New Zealand. So that's actually how I got started. That was sort of my last hurrah, right? It was like, I do it now or I never do it. And so, yeah, I got the visa and I jetted off to New Zealand for a year. And I was like, if I like it, I'll keep going. And if I don't, I gave myself permission to go back home. And I loved it. I just kept traveling. So since 2018, I've been traveling the world. I had experienced quite a bit before that. Like I mentioned, I studied abroad and I was in Europe and going around to different countries, but travel has just always held my attention. It's just always been the thing I want to do. Even when I'm not traveling, I'm thinking about traveling. And so, yeah, that's kind of how Traveling Taylor got started. I thought I was going to be a blogger, realized I hated writing. So it's like, let me do some video content instead. And I kind of just kept going from there.
So growing up, a young child, teenager, did your family travel a lot, or was this just something that you always wanted to do? And then when you became an adult, it became more of a passion?
Yeah, we didn't travel much when I was younger. I grew up in Texas, so we would do a lot of road trips, as you do in a really large state. So we would go down to Galveston. I had a lot of family in Houston, so we'd go down to Galveston and kind of hang out. And I played softball. So really all of our weekends were spent on the ball field. So we didn't really have opportunities to go a lot of places. When I was 16, so my very first trip, my uncle was working for the US Embassy in London. And my grandma was like, we're going. The whole family, we're going. He's over there. We have someone to visit, right? And so I was 16 and I went to London, and then we did a little weekend trip to Paris. And that was my first international experience. And that's kind of what hooked me. And I was like, oh, the world is so much bigger than I realized. And there's so much history and culture. And I think I just immediately loved it. And so from then I was determined to study abroad when I got to college, which I ended up doing my junior year. I went back to London and did a program there. And then that study abroad led to an internship in London as well. And so I was able to stay for 6 months. And it was that 6-month stint that I realized I wanted to spend more time overseas. Like I wanted to spend more time in one place. I didn't want my whole life just to be vacations, because that trip was so different from anything else I had done. You know, when you go to the place for a week or a weekend, you're really just consuming a lot. You're just trying to see the sights and eat the food and like do all these like more touristy things. But when I got to live in London, I was like, oh, I got to be more of a part of the city, a part of the fabric and the daily energy and, you know, just daily life in another place. And that was the second hook, right? So there was the first hook of going, there's a second hook of spending more time there. And then that kind of just continued to snowball. And I was like, how can I spend more time in places and not just be a tourist all the time?
Shana and I went to London last year on one of our videos. I don't know, it was one of our videos that actually took off that grew our channel. And I had always wanted to go to London at Christmas time. Because you always see so many pictures of it. It always looks so cool and stuff like that. So we went, and I'm not much of a drinker. I don't really drink much at all. But the pub culture there was amazing. So I had to have a pint in London. I think the last time I had a drink was in London.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. I just fell in love with the people in England. I fell in love with the history. I'm a history geek. I fell in love with the history and just so much to do there.
Yeah. Yeah. I still haven't done everything I want to do in London. And I added it up. Collectively, I've spent over a year, like just in London, and I still haven't done everything. And I was actually just there. I will say this, anyone who likes to go on like long hikes, but doesn't want it to be like, I don't know, too hard, I guess. In April, just a couple of months ago, I went and walked the Cotswolds Way. It's a 100-mile hike through the Cotswolds of England. So it's just right outside London, about an hour outside London, hour and a half. And it was wonderful. So I hiked like 10 miles a day. It's an end-to-end hike. So you're not camping, you're staying in like a little hotels. But it really felt like this like really traditional, thinking about history, felt like this really traditional pilgrimage, like Canterbury Tales style, where you're like hiking along, staying in the little inn above the pub at night. It was great. It was really wonderful. So I know there's lots of different like multi-day hikes out there, but that's the one I just did in England, and it was really, really wonderful.
So with your Cotswold videos, where can people find them? Do you have them online? If somebody's interested in your hikes in the Cotswold, where can they see that stuff?
Yeah, I documented the entire journey. So TikTok is my main platform. So anyone who is on TikTok, you can find me at Traveling Taylor there. I also repurposed all that content to Instagram and YouTube. So if anyone's like, I'm not really on TikTok, I'm on these other platforms, I am also there. I repurposed less of the videos. I kind of like picked only the main ones to put on those other platforms. So if you really want to see like all the behind the scenes, all the vlogging, that's really more on TikTok, but I am also on YouTube and Instagram as well, all under Traveling Taylor.
So you spiked my interest. Yeah. You said you went to New Zealand.
Yeah.
Now that is where Shana and I will be going to New Zealand. I am a huge Lord of the Rings dork. I even want to decorate the house as Lord of the Rings, and Shana reels me back in. New Zealand has become a hotspot for travelers, especially people that are outdoorsy, because it's still very rural. Mm-hmm. Tell us about it. I want to know. The fans want to know all about it. Well, what is New Zealand? What is it like? You're stealing my heart.
It is one of the most beautiful countries I've ever traveled to. And it's so hard to describe, but just the vibrancy of the greens and the blues, like the sky, and then the rolling green hills, and then you have sheep just along the hills. Like everything is so much more vibrant and colorful there. So there's the North Island and the South Island. I found myself attracted more to the South Island. It's a lot more mountainy, a lot more like hiking and outdoors in that regard. Whereas the North Island was a lot more, not forest, but like greenery and just like a little bit more lush with, like trees and things. So I don't know. I found myself kind of hanging out on the South Island more. So I was actually house sitting. So that's a big way that I traveled for probably about 5 years. I did a lot of house sitting. So I was actually able to stay in places all over the country, which was really cool.
Oh, cool.
I was not a Lord of the Rings fan when I went. Like, I knew of it, obviously, but like I don't even know that I'd watched the movies at that point. But I did go visit Hobbiton because I was like, obviously I'm in New Zealand, I have to go. And I've actually become a fan since then because I was like, it was so cool. Our tour guide was like super knowledgeable. My one tip for that is to go early in the morning, like try to do one of the early tours at like, if you're going to go to Hobbiton, because it's not as busy yet. And then also
It's really full.
It gets really busy.
Full.
There's just like a lot of tours and things going on. So I was like one of the very first groups. So we kind of were able to walk around without a ton of other people like being in our photos and exploring the same things. Also, I got there early. And so they take you to like go to a car park and then they take a little van to like the beginning of the tour. Like you don't park right at the front. You take a little tour or like a little bus. And just seeing the like sunrise over it felt like you were in the movie. Like it literally looks like you're in the movie. The sunrise is over like the big fields and you're just like, this place is amazing. It's really, really gorgeous. But yeah, tons of hiking. There is, I did actually, one of my bucket list things I did in New Zealand was I swam with dolphins.
Oh, so really?
There is a little town called Kaikoura. And it's kind of the geography works, which I can't explain to you, but it's kind of like an inland area and there's just constant food for whales and dolphins. And so it's almost a year-round place where you can go whale watching and dolphin watching or swimming with dolphins as well. So that's another really good like spot to visit in New Zealand.
I never pictured New Zealand as a spot to go swimming with dolphins. I live in Florida. So there's dolphins all the time here.
Yeah.
But I just, I never pictured it as much of a diving place. Although I did go to high school with a guy that was a diving instructor in New Zealand. So I guess it makes sense, but I just never pictured that.
Yeah. I don't know that diving is like huge there, but there's just certain spots where you can really like catch some of those like sea animals. It's mainly, they don't even really have a lot of like mammals in New Zealand. It's a lot of birds. So if you're really into birds and bird watching, it's another really good spot.
No snakes in New Zealand, they said, right?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, but I did learn a lot about birds, which I didn't know. I knew nothing.
So I heard in New Zealand that you have to wear like a higher SPF for your skin because something with the ozone there. Did you hear that or experience that? Like, you should wear more suntan lotion or something?
Yeah, more so in Australia than in New Zealand. But yeah, like where it's located in the globe, there's like a hole in the ozone. And so you just have to wear a lot more like sun protection.
So you went to New Zealand, you were there for a year and you got to experience it. What is your biggest takeaway from New Zealand? Obviously the beauty and stuff, but like if you have one memorable moment from your time in New Zealand, what would that memorable moment be?
So there is a park, like a national park, and the name is escaping me at the moment. It'll come to me later, but it's part of the Dark Sky Reserve area, like on the South Island. And it was just I don't think I've ever seen that many stars in my life. Like it was just so beautiful and so majestic. And it was like one of my favorite hikes that I did as well. And it is really remote. So it's not like a US national park, right? Where you like go in, there's like a line of cars and you pay your fee. And then it's just like the campgrounds and like everything. It's just like so overwhelming, which I love the US national parks. So don't get me wrong, but like that was my only experience. And then I went to like a New Zealand national park and it's just it took like a 2-hour drive to get there. And then there was just like nothing. And then there's not even really lights because it's part of the Dark Sky Reserve. So it felt more natural. Like I was like truly, truly in nature. And that was one of my favorite places. My mom came to visit me and I was like, we have to go here. I loved it so much. The other takeaway from New Zealand is that it's really far. And that sounds really obvious, but I actually felt really disconnected from like the rest of the world not in a negative way.
I've heard that before about New Zealand.
But after a year, like, because there were a lot of people I met that had like come over on the working holiday and stayed and like lived there, like they loved it. And people would ask me like, oh, are you going to like try and stay? And I was like, I don't think so. Like, it feels so far, which in some ways is really great. And in other ways, I was like, I think I'm ready to kind of rejoin the world a little bit more. But no, it was really beautiful. Everyone was really friendly as well. Kiwis are really nice.
So you spend this year in New Zealand, and then you board a plane, you leave New Zealand. Where do you go next? Where does Taylor go to after New Zealand?
Yeah, so I went to Australia because it's the next closest country. Everything's really far down in the Pacific as well. I went to Australia for a couple of months, and then my dream had always been to tour Asia. And so I kind of just went up the coast. I went to Bali and Vietnam and Thailand and Korea. Those were the countries I ended up visiting.
Wow. So you spent a lot of time in the Pacific and the Asiatic or whatever they call it over there. Australia. Is it true that everything in Australia is trying to kill you or eat you? That's what everybody says.
Maybe. I was mainly in the cities, so I feel like it's a little different than if you like go out into like the country of Australia. I was house sitting again, so I was like in the suburbs of Australia, and it wasn't that scary. But yeah, I was in Sydney and Melbourne, and then I really wanted to go see the Great Barrier Reef, of course. And so I did a little weekend trip up there to the coast.
So when you're in Australia, what's the difference between Australia and New Zealand? I mean, I know that they can go back and forth with each other. It's kind of like the US and Canada type of thing where they can go back and forth. What do you take away from Australia versus New Zealand and vice versa?
I feel like I'm going to make some people mad by saying this. But New Zealand felt more British to me. Like it kind of felt more like a British like settlement. Obviously things had changed over time, but it just felt that way. And Australia felt more American, actually. Like that's going to make some people really, really mad. But that was just like, I felt more comfortable. I felt like things made more sense to me in Australia. I was like, oh yeah, we do this like in the States versus like New Zealand. Again, it just felt more like British. But at the same time, they have completely different like personalities. New Zealand's more of a like island culture. You know how you're like, oh, you go to the island, things are a little bit slower. Life is a little, less fast paced. That's like the whole country of New Zealand. And then Australia felt a bit more like, maybe because also I was in the cities, I was in Sydney and Melbourne. So I was in these like large cities where you kind of have that like city energy and things are going. And people wanted to talk a lot more politics with me and things like that, where people in New Zealand, they're just like, hey, welcome. How's it going?
Well, it kind of makes sense because Australia and the United States, and this is not a political channel, but they have a common history where, they were two basically countries of outcasts. People were sent to these. So it would make sense that they have a little similarity, even though that they're thousands and thousands of miles apart. So I would see that. But so you go to Vietnam.
Yeah.
All right. Now, this is very interesting because Americans' take on Vietnam. My father was in Vietnam during the war. Americans' take on Vietnam, some people are like, they love it. They want to go. They think it's a beautiful country. The people are welcoming. But then you also have that part of Americans that are still hesitant to go to Vietnam because of the scars of the war that ended 50 years ago. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, what, as somebody that's been there, what's your take on the Vietnam experience in today's world?
I don't know. So Vietnam, I had a really, I think, different experience than a lot of like normal travelers because I was house sitting. So I was there for 6 weeks in Ho Chi Minh City, and I was house sitting for an international couple. And I was also not really in the city center. Like I went to District 1, I think like twice, but I was mainly staying in District 2, which is where the international school was. So I will say that my experience wasn't necessarily with a lot of like local community. I was in the local community, I guess. it was a mix. It was a mix between internationals and the locals and the area that I was living. And I didn't really do a lot of touristy stuff. It was so hot. It was so humid. There were so many mosquitoes at the time of season I was visiting. I didn't really leave the house a lot. I was also watching 2 dogs, and they didn't have a yard because they were like in a traditional Vietnamese house that it's built up, not really built out. They didn't have a yard. So I had to like take them on walks a couple times a day. So I really didn't get to do a whole lot when I was there. The one thing a couple of the tours I did do, I will say there's 2 sides to every story. I didn't know much about the Vietnam War. I learned about it in school, but I feel like so much has happened since then that was more impactful to me. So it's kind of just a story.
Yeah.
It's just history that I don't have a lot of knowledge about. And I feel like a couple of the tours I did, you got to hear their side of the story of what it was like to have Americans coming in and like fighting against their people. So I would say, I don't know. I mean, everyone was really friendly. I will say that. I actually locked myself out of my house that I was staying in. The very first night I was there, and the family I was house sitting for was on like a 14-hour plane ride. Like I could not contact them. And the neighbors across the street just happened to come home, and I was just standing outside with the 2 dogs, and I was just like, what do I do? And they're like, are you okay? And I was like, I don't know what to do. And they knew the homeowners had told them that I was coming to stay. So they knew I was like the house sitter. And so it was like a Sunday night. They were like, bring the dogs over here. They contacted the landlord. Like they kind of helped me do everything to get back into the house. So like, I would say of all the places I've been, I have found the most helpful people in Vietnam when I've like gotten to like certain situations. So anyone who's like scared or worried about it, I would say visiting actually might be really healing in a lot of ways, because it wasn't something, I don't know, it's a history that's important to learn about, and it's important to learn about both sides to the story.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I've tried to get my father to go with us to a trip there, and he won't go, but that's understandable. So
it was a different time, right? Different. I'm so far removed from it at this point that it's something I can just learn about with an open mind.
And for those that don't know this, a little trivia fact that Ho Chi Minh City is Saigon. It used to be called Saigon, and they changed it to Ho Chi Minh. A lot of people don't know that, because when you say Ho Chi Minh City, a lot of people don't know, but they've heard of Saigon before. So it's interesting. So you're in Vietnam. The pictures I see of it are gorgeous. I've heard the beaches in Vietnam are some of the best in the world. What's your take? I mean, did you see these? Did you go swimming out there or?
No, I wasn't anywhere near the water when I was there. Like I said, I was house sitting in Ho Chi Minh City, and so I didn't make it to the coast. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are great.
So you leave Vietnam, and then you said you go to Thailand as well?
Yes, I went to Phuket, which is like a big nomad town. It is on the beach.
Okay.
It's another like beach town. There's Old Town Phuket, which is more like a city, and then there's like the beach part of it. I was only there for 10 days. I wasn't there for very long. I just was sort of passing through just because I had 10 days. I will say my actual favorite place I visited in Asia was South Korea.
Okay. Good. We had a guest the other week on that spent a lot of time in South Korea. So I want to delve into this South Korea thing, because that's actually become a hot spot for digital nomads as well. A lot of them are starting to go to Thailand, or they're going to South Korea. So tell me, what is your South Korean experience like? I'm sure that the fans want to hear about it. We may even plan a trip there. So what's it like?
It's overwhelming in like the best way possible. Like the energy in the city is like so electric and so, it is loud. I will say it is loud, but like, I just loved walking down the street. So I was actually with a company called Hacker Paradise, which they're now Noma Collective, if anybody is like going to look for them online. But they lead group trips around the world for digital nomads. And so this was my first time after I think a year and a half of traveling solo. I was with a group of people that I just met. We were all nomads exploring the city. And the leader, the facilitator, he actually spoke some Korean, which was super helpful. But yeah, I would walk from like our housing to our co-working space, which was like a 10-minute walk. I did that for a month. I was there for a whole month, and I think I saw something new on my walk every single day. Like it's built up. There's so much there to see and to do, and it's a huge city. I didn't even scratch the surface of Seoul, which is where I was. But the people they're very friendly. They're very fun. We actually had Korean buddies. So like they would come and they'd like practice their English with us, but then they'd also be like, let's go to the bar. Like, let's go out. And be like, okay. And so I really got like a more, locals perspective, and I got to kind of hang out with some Koreans when I was there. But I just loved it. Like every coffee shop had a theme. It was like, here's the nature themed coffee shop, and here's the very industrial looking coffee shop. And then you have all the animal cafes, which we loved visiting. We're like, okay, yeah, let's go to the bunny cafe. Let's go to the cat cafe. Like, I don't know. It was just a really fun, unique, different experience. And up to that point, I hadn't been very many places. So it was the most different to any place I'd ever been. And also one of the first places, I guess, outside of like Thailand and Bali, where I couldn't read anything because I didn't know the Korean character, like the Korean alphabet. And so that was another big just challenge to myself to figure out, can I get around? Can I do these things when I don't speak the language? Because that had always been such a big fear. It's a big fear for a lot of people. Like, I don't speak the language. How am I going to, get around and figure things out? And you just kind of do. Like, cities aren't that different. They all kind of work the same. Like, once you start to experience a few, they all kind of work the same. And so I think it's easy enough to, just to challenge yourself and kind of like go to these places you wouldn't normally go, and don't be so afraid about the language piece of it.
So, favorite food in Korea? I got to know, what is your favorite dish that you had in South Korea?
I did not like the food in Korea.
I'm sorry. To all our Korean followers, she absolutely loved the food. She just
I actually, that's the thing I struggled with the most. And I was like, I have got to get out of here because I'm so hungry. They do a lot of Korean barbecue, and it's just too much meat for me. I don't eat that much meat, and I don't really eat red meat. And then they put like everything is like spicy, and I don't do spicy either. So I really, really struggled with the food. It wasn't for me. But my friends who love Korean barbecue, they went like 2 or 3 days a week. Like, they loved it.
So listening to your story, I'm picking up a lot of cool things that, like I said, I could have Taylor on this thing for 5 hours. Like, she's got so much to tell. And before the show, we were talking about so much. You've traveled around the world. You've house sat. You've went to different countries. If I'm a young 25-year-old person without any attachments, how do I get started in doing what you do and experiencing the life that you live?
So usually the biggest thing people come to me, their biggest obstacle is doing it solo. Like, they're scared to do it by themselves. And my best advice is to always start small. Like, you don't have to leave everything and fly to another country and that be your first solo experience. Like, that actually is kind of wild to me. People who can do that, props to you. I would say start small. Like, start in your hometown, go to the movies by yourself, try going to dinner by yourself, and things that people feel uncomfortable doing. It's learning to do things by yourself, but it's also learning to be uncomfortable and being okay being uncomfortable. Because when you're traveling to all these places and you don't speak the language and you don't understand the currency and you don't know where you're going and you're looking at Google Maps for everything, you're constantly uncomfortable. So you have to learn to start just being uncomfortable in your daily life. So whatever that looks like for you. And then I actually did a test trip. So I had traveled by myself. I worked in study abroad for 7 years. I think I mentioned it. Yep. And I had to go to study abroad fairs all over the US to get people to study abroad. But that was like my first time like traveling by myself, and they were for work trips. But I did an international test trip. I did a 10-day trip to Paris, where I had a friend living. It was a city I'd been to, so it felt comfortable. Then I went to Brussels, where I knew some people, but I'd never been. So I was like, that was like step number 2. And then on the way back, I did a 2-day stopover in Reykjavik in Iceland. I didn't know anybody and I'd never been there before. So I tested myself. I was like, do I like this? Is this even something I really want to do? And I was like, okay, I did it. And I was like, I loved it. It's great. It's fine. And that's when I decided to kind of take that next step to becoming a full-time digital nomad. So for me, it wasn't just woke up one day and I left the country and I started doing it. I put a lot of intention and thought behind what are some things that might go, not might go wrong, but what if I don't like it? What if I blow up my whole life for something I don't like? So let me go test and see if I like it first before I sell my car, before I quit my job, before I do all these things. And then the next obstacle outside of fear and doing it solo is the job portion. It's the money part. And I became a virtual assistant. I found something that I could kind of easily do. I could start making money immediately. Because it's great to be I'll become a travel blogger or a content creator, all these things, but you're not making money from that stuff right off the bat.
That's one of the biggest myths out there. Everybody sees us for people that do travel blogging. They think these guys are breaking into cash. No. That's not how that works.
No, it's not at all. So it is important to find a job where you can actually earn an income. So whether that's freelance, so for me, it was freelancing and virtual assistant, whether you can find a remote job, whatever it is, find ways to start making money online now. And then kind of what I did, I was well, I'm a virtual assistant. I'm making some money, but I can't live in New Zealand. New Zealand's an expensive country.
Yeah.
How am I going to live? Where am I going to live for a whole year and how can I afford it? And that's when I discovered house sitting. So also not being afraid to sort of think outside of the box, look at different options. There are so many different ways to travel. And this is the one thing that I think has changed from when I started traveling, because there was this idea that being a digital nomad, you had to do it a certain way. You had to pack carry-on only. You had to stay in hostels. If you're not doing this, you're not doing it right. None of that is true. If you believe any of that or you're selling that, none of that is true. There's no right or wrong way to travel. There's just what works for you. So I started out house sitting, and then I got connected with Hacker Paradise and I started doing group trips. And then I became a group trip leader for Hacker Paradise, facilitator for a year. That's how I traveled. They paid me to travel. They paid me to go to these different places and lead these group trips. So it's it's okay to explore and look at different things. There's a ton of people who do RV life. I haven't tried that style yet, but it's just another option. I'm currently staying in a co-living. That's something that a lot of people aren't really familiar with co-living.
Yeah,
so
what is that? I've never heard of that. I've never heard of co-living.
So it's a mix between a hostel and a hotel is what I would say. They're geared towards remote workers. So I have a desk in my room. I have in my own private room here, my own private space, but there's also a community space. So we have a kitchen, we have a living room. We also have little offices if you want to kind of go work and be more a co-working style. But yeah, co-livings usually have personal space as well as co-workings attached or spaces to work. So it's geared towards remote workers, remote travelers. And most people will stay in a co-living for a month to 3 months. So you kind of start to build community, because that's the hardest thing as a nomad and traveling so much is finding and building your community and just sort of keeping it together, because you're always in a different country as your new friends that you made pretty much.
So that actually brings up a really good point. You talk about places to live, hostels, apartments, house sitting, all this stuff. Yeah. But I think, I know it's different for each country around the world, but is there a time limit on how much time you can spend? I know in the United Kingdom, I think it's 6 months. But you might only go to some other countries, it might only be 90 days. How do you know that? And then how do you put together your visa? If you have a digital nomad visa, or some countries might not require it, or some you might be able to do something when you're on vacation. That is so confusing to me, and I'm in the industry. So if you could give me some light on that, that could break the wall for a lot of these people that want to do what you do.
Yes, it's really important. I'm actually really happy you brought that up. It's so important to pay attention to visa requirements and how long you can stay in each country. So like I said, I got the working holiday visa for New Zealand. That's how I was able to stay there for a whole year. But that's not how normally, if you're a tourist, that's not normally how long you can stay. Most places are 90 days. Mexico, where I am right now, is also 6 months. It's 180 days. Same thing with the UK. But Europe, like the EU, the Schengen area, more specifically, it's 90 days for the entire Schengen area. So that's like France, Spain, Germany, a lot of the places that you want to visit. So you're actually very, very limited if you want to go to, like, say, Europe, versus a lot of times like Latin America is a little bit easier. There's a ton of websites. I usually just kind of Google, especially it also depends on which passport you hold. So I'm assuming your audience is mainly American, but it really depends on the passport that you hold, how long you can stay in a country, if you need a visa. I had a friend, I met her in Kenya. She was Polish, and we went down to Cape Town, South Africa, and I could get, I think, 90 days in South Africa, but she could only get 30. So The passport that you hold also can make a really, really big difference.
Wow.
I haven't applied for any of the digital nomad visas. I look at them all the time, but I just haven't been, nowhere's really like drawn me in. I haven't decided, but I would say just find reputable sources online. Try not to get scammed if you're going through like the visa application process. But yeah, it's just important to pay attention. And I will say, like, when I was in Asia, I was meeting other travelers who had been in Asian countries, and they had the knowledge as well. So a lot of my knowledge is sort of like piecemeal together depending on like where I am in the world and like where it is I want to go. Because they'd be like, oh yeah, I was just in Vietnam. And I knew, so Vietnam is actually an example. As an American, you do have to have a visa before you go and before you get there. I either didn't know this until the very last minute and I didn't have time to get it, or someone had told me you could get it at the airport. I can't remember what happened, but I ended up trying just to get it at the airport, and I didn't have any cash because there were no ATMs in the Thai airport, which is where I had flown from. So I literally show up. It's like right by like passport control. There's like a little visa office. So I go over there, hand them my documents, and they're like, okay, go sit down. And I'm like, okay. And then they like call me back up and they're like, hey, it's going to be, I don't know. I don't remember how much it was. It's like $25 US or something like that. But whatever that is, I bought. And I was like, I don't have any cash. And she was like, go sit down. She was like, okay. I was sick. I just gotten like Bali belly. So I'm like half fever. I'm like sweating. I did not feel good. I was like, I just want to get through this process. They ended up, me and I think the South African guy also didn't have any cash. They sent us out of the airport. They're like, okay, go this way, go past security, go out to the front where the ATMs are, like past baggage claim, get your cash and come back. Just walk out of the airport around security? They're like, yeah. And we were like, okay. So we did. We literally walked out and we walked back the exact same way we came. No one looked at us. Everybody was like, obviously like, oh, these people just are dumb and need cash. Yeah. And I went and got cash and I paid for it. I got my visa right at the airport and it was fine.
It's not like you're not going to stick out in that country though. So it's, you're not blending in with the population.
Right. Well, they also had my passport. So I'm not going to try to like leave the airport, like I have to come back. But yeah, I don't know. So like just little things happen. But yeah, I talked to a lot of people before I went there and I was nervous arriving with no cash, but it ended up being fine.
So what countries scared you the most? Like, you went to some place and you said, and we're not talking garbage on anybody's country. We're not, but each person has their level of fear and their level of comfort. And I know I've been to some countries that I was a little worried about. Like when I went to Roatan, I was really worried in Roatan when a guy's standing at a gas station with an AK-47. I was a little worried, Well, what countries did you kind of take a second look at? Maybe say, maybe this isn't for me, or, maybe as a traveler, somebody might need to be a little bit more on the alert side of things. What do you think?
I think it's always important to be alert. I mean, really the only place that I've ever was always on alert was in Cape Town, South Africa. And part of that was because even the locals would be like, oh, like, don't go walk. Definitely don't walk at night ever. ever. You take a taxi. It doesn't matter if it's a 5-minute walk. You take a taxi down the street. And it was also the only place I've ever been robbed. So as far as like danger goes, that's probably the most dangerous place I've been, or that I felt sort of like always on guard. Like I never walked around with headphones in. I always tried to walk in groups, especially if it was at night, things like that. But also at the same time, it's one of my favorite places in the entire world, and I can't wait to go back. So like for me, I don't know that it was dangerous in the sense that it keeps me from not wanting to be there. It was just like this is not always the safest place all the time.
So you got robbed. What happened? Wow. Moving on from the bad experience in South Africa and places ago, what is your favorite places? Like if you had to choose a top 5 of the countries, and you told me you've been to 31, if I'm not mistaken, different countries.
Yeah.
What's your top 5 ones you love the most and you would recommend for somebody to go travel?
So Cape Town, it still is my number one place in the world that I've ever been. It's so beautiful. There's so much to do. I love Cape Town. Seoul, Korea, which we've talked about. It was just a really wonderful experience. So different from any place I'd ever been. I feel like we've talked about a lot of my favorite places, actually. London. I know not everybody loves London, and you don't have to love London. But for me, because it was my very first international city, I've interned there, I studied abroad there. Like for me, it's kind of like almost a second home. Like I just feel so comfortable going back to London. I also really loved Prague. I spent a month in Prague one summer. I loved it.
It's really pretty in Prague.
It's really, really pretty. That's another place where I wasn't in like the main tourist area. I was like in one like little neighborhood over, and we were in a co-working space that was really, really cool. And it was a place I could just walk. I love just walking around cities. That's like one of my favorite activities to do when I'm traveling. Yeah. And it was a place I could just easily just like walk around, explore so much history as well. So that was another really good one. I actually haven't, where? I haven't explored much of Latin America yet, but I was just in Nicaragua and San Juan del Sur. Yeah, I can't wait to go back. I absolutely loved it. And so much of the places I love, this comes down to like the energy and the vibe of a place. Like there are places that people love that I like don't get, like Medellin, Colombia, for example. Nothing wrong with the city. I had a great time, but it's just like not for me. Same thing with like Bali. Everybody loves Bali. I'm like, I don't really get it. But there's some places I've been. It's like almost I get there and it's just an immediate like, yes, this is it. This feels so good. I love it.
What was the draw for Nicaragua? What was the draw for that? What's the draw for that? I mean, like, what did you like so much about it? It's actually interesting because you're the first person I've ever heard say that. And everybody I've talked, and nobody's ever talked bad about it. Nobody's ever talked good about it. It's just something that doesn't come up. So what was your draw? What did you really love about it?
I was there working. So I was working with Hacker Paradise and I was leading one of their group trips. So it never really had been on my radar, to be fair, until that point. But it's a really good place to learn how to surf. So anyone who's interested in learning how to surf, San Juan del Sur is actually one of the best places in the world. There's probably like a handful that are really good for like beginners. So that was really good. And I learned how to surf when I was there. It was great. It was so fun.
Awesome.
Yeah. If anybody goes, High Tide Surf, that's who I recommend getting your lessons from. They're locals. They grew up in the area. They're from there. The guys they were really great. But it's really beautiful. We went on a sloth tour. And there's a volcano island that you can kind of go and bike around and explore. There's a mix of like water and just like really beautiful natural tree environment. Like it felt very natural. I really, really loved it. But in San Juan del Sur, there's a pretty good infrastructure as well. So you were always able to, we were able to like walk into town and get breakfast and go to the markets and go to the grocery stores. Like you still had all your main comforts, I guess, it's nice to have as a traveler, but it felt very natural at the same time and not like overdeveloped. which is a lot of places.
And the cost of it was it cost effective? Like the dollars and cents?
Yeah, it was pretty cost effective. I will say in San Juan del Sur specifically, which I've never seen this in a lot of places, but they take US dollars and Nicaraguan money, which I don't know how I feel about that actually. But even some of the menus were in US dollars, not always in like local currency, which it got kind of confusing. It got kind of weird, but for the most part, yeah, it was still pretty cost effective. And my company had organized this like a beautiful house kind of up on the hill. It had a private pool and this amazing view. Some of the best sunsets I've ever seen in my life were in Nicaragua. Like every night we all got around and just sat. We're like, we can't miss the sunset because they were just so beautiful every single night. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
So as a female, obviously it might be a little more scary to go certain places than a guy. I mean, there's a lot of bad people out there, but like, what are the benefits of solo travel? Like, what are some of the things you as especially speaking to our women out there? I mean, because a lot of people watch and they see me and they see Shayna and we're together. So, we're together as a team, but like, if I'm a woman, what is the benefits of solo travel?
Getting to do whatever you want, whenever you want. Like, honestly, like I love not being affected by other people's moods or wants or ideas. Like I get to just show up every day as myself in whichever country I'm in, and I can go get an iced coffee or go watch the surfers at the beach, or I can take a nap when I want to take a nap. Like, I don't know how to explain how much I love just like being by myself and just experiencing the world in the way that I want to experience the world. That's not to say I don't like traveling with other people, because I also like sharing experiences. I've mentioned a lot of group trips that I've done, but there's just something so magical about just asking yourself every day, what do I want to do? And just doing it. As far as the safety aspect goes, the biggest thing I've learned from traveling is the world isn't as scary as you make it seem. Like, I think so much fear has been put into us as a society, and I understand why that fear is there, and I'm not trying to discredit it at all. But what I've found is that most people are just going about their lives. And if you're using some common sense and you're not walking around down dark alleys by yourself and you're kind of paying attention to your surroundings, the chances of you getting into any situation that's really bad is pretty low. Again, not that it doesn't happen. It does happen. I absolutely understand. But for the most part, anytime I've been in a situation, getting locked out of my apartment, missing my bus, all the different like travel mishaps that happen, there's always been someone there to help me. And I've found that to be the norm rather than the exception, I guess. So I just found that things aren't really as scary. And so I don't walk around with fear. I think that's the other big thing. I don't walk around being afraid that someone's going to take advantage of me or scam me or rob me or whatever, because I also believe that like if you put out that energy around you, like that's the energy that you get back. So I walk around with confidence, and I walk around with curiosity, and I walk around with awareness at the same time, and kind of bring that energy to my travels instead of a fear. Not to say that I don't do certain things. Like, so one thing I will say I do as a female is I won't arrive to a country late at night by myself. Actually, I prefer not to arrive when it's dark outside at all. Sometimes you can't help it just based on flights or delays and things like that. But I try to arrive during daylight hours. And that's probably one of the biggest things that I do, honestly. I don't know. It's a hard question because I do feel like I'm kind of a trusting person. And I also have experiences to back me up to say like, it's not that scary. I've been in some like solo female traveler forums and Facebook groups, and some of these women have lists that are like 10 pages long. Like, I don't do this. I don't do this. I never go out at night. I don't go to dinner by myself. I'm just like, you're missing so much because of your fear. I think fear is helpful, but it also can be just like a deterrent. So that's why I think trying to find a balance is good. And if you are that afraid, maybe a group trip or something like that is maybe a better opportunity for you so that you can kind of go out and experience these places without so much fear.
And shake off some of the fear for your next trip. It's baby steps. Each person's a little bit different than the next person. So, you've traveled all around the world, 31 different countries, God knows how many states in the United States. You're a Texas girl. Texas is a unique state in the United States. So regardless of how much you travel, do you still see yourself as a Texan?
I mean, I don't know that you can change that, really. It's where I grew up. I did leave for a little bit. I lived in Colorado for about 3 years. But then when I decided to go be a full-time nomad, I moved back in with my mom, essentially sold my car, all my things. All my stuff is at my mom's house in Texas. And that's my home base. That's where my driver's license is. So and people ask me, oh, where are you from? I always say, oh, I'm from Texas. So I don't have anything else to say.
Texans are, they hold a special place in my heart because of anybody that in the United States, they take pride in their state the most. And then, I don't know, it's because they were their own republic or they just have a unique personality, but always had a special place in my heart for the people from Texas, and it was pretty good. So, couple questions. Where are you going next? Where can we see Traveling Taylor in the next 3 to 5 years? What countries, what experiences, what do you want to do?
I didn't think you were going to ask about 3 to 5 years. I thought it was going to be like 6 months.
We can do 6 months too.
I don't plan very far in advance. I'm currently in Puerto Escondido, Mexico. So if anyone's interested in this location, that's what my content's currently focused on. I will be house sitting. I still house sit. So I'm going to be house sitting in New York City in August, September area. And then my biggest goal for probably the next 6 to 8 months is I want to start launching my own trips. So have my community and people come with me, calling it bucket list adventures together, because as much as I love solo travel, there are just things in the world I don't want to do by myself. I love experiencing some of these amazing things in the world with other people. So I'm going to be launching bucket list adventures together with me. Probably first trip will be running next February, March of next year, just to give people plenty of time to plan. That's kind of my focus. It's kind of like my bucket list, like things that have been on my list for a long time. I've had the privilege and the benefit to visit a lot of amazing places. And the more you travel, the longer your list gets. It never gets shorter, unfortunately. It only gets longer. So I'm going to be, doing that. So Morocco is very high on my list. I really want to go to Morocco. I really want to go to Patagonia. I really want to go stay in an igloo in some Nordic country. You know what I mean? I really just want to go do these really cool, just different things around the world.
So if you could give one piece of advice to a person that wants to do what you do and live the nomadic lifestyle, what's that one piece of advice?
There's no right or wrong way to do it. There's just what works for you.
That's pretty smooth. So where can your fans come and find you, subscribe to you? When you open your trip booking system, we'll support it here on the Cling Connection. We'll put links in the description box and help promote your channels and stuff like that. But where can these fans go to find you, subscribe, follow you, and see your adventures?
Yeah, so you can find me on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram under Traveling Taylor. And that's traveling with one L and Taylor with an ER. Sometimes I wish I would have picked a different name, but that's what we went with. So those are my main channels. I hang out mostly on TikTok. And then I have a bio link on Comey where you can kind of go find. I'm actually currently, if anybody's listening to this and they think, hey, I might want to go travel with Taylor, that sounds really cool. I'm currently running a survey to see where on these bucket list adventures people would really want to go. So you're welcome to go fill out that survey link. And then also I can keep people updated once it launches.
I know. Well, I'll put in my answer to that survey. I want to go to Antarctica at least once.
Antarctica, yes.
Antarctica looks so pretty, and hardly anybody's been there. And you can either I don't know if I'd want to sleep in Antarctica, but I'd take those cruise ships that go and they take the little excursions. I ain't all about sleeping in the cold.
Yeah, I have a couple of friends who've done it, and it's a lot of work to get there, but it sounds really rewarding. So it's also on the bucket list, but not an immediate bucket list adventure, I don't think.
So if anybody wants to follow Taylor, go to her social media, support her, give her 100%, subscribe to her channels, comment on her stuff, support her endeavors, and learn from her. Reach out to her. She was really easy to communicate with us, and has been an asset really to this podcast. And we really want to thank her for being on here, especially sharing her experiences in world travel and everything that she does. Make sure to go to the Cling Connection on YouTube, like, share, and subscribe. We're also on Rumble, TikTok, Facebook. We're on Instagram and LinkedIn and Odyssey and everywhere else on social media. You can also follow us on Spotify, Apple iTunes, everywhere you can think of, we are there. And we really want to thank Taylor here. Make sure to click and link in her stuff below. And until next time, have fun storming the castle.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of the Cling Connection Travel Talk podcast. Huge thanks to our guest, Taylor Gill from Traveling Taylor, for sharing her incredible travel stories and experiences. Until next time, keep exploring, one journey at a time.
Are you tired of business coaches who promise the moon but deliver, well, nothing? Then it's time to meet Sean Kling. He's not here to tell you what you want to hear. He's here to tell you what you need to hear. With decades of real-world experience under his belt, Sean cuts through the noise and delivers sharp-witted insights that get results. He's built for leaders who are serious about scaling and dominating their industry. Stop settling for sugar-coated advice. It's time for the straight truth that fuels success. Work with Sean Kling. Visit SeanKling.com to book your power call, coaching session, or explore partnership opportunities today. Outwork them all. Outthink, outsmart, outlast.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to our exciting adventure on the Cling Connection, our new podcast. And if you've been following us for any amount of time, you can see that we've been traveling the world, traveling across the country, and experiencing all sorts of great stuff. Well, today I got a special treat for you. I have a special YouTuber by the name of Sean On Site. Now, Sean is a world traveler. He's done all sorts of crazy things around the globe, traveling, teaching, working in insurance, you name it. He's been around the globe, and you need to go and check him out on YouTube on Sean On Site. He's also all over social media, and this guy is a hoot. I've worked with Sean a couple times in the past. He is a class act, and he's going to be dumping a bunch of his knowledge on us today about world travel. So welcome to the show, Sean.
Hey, good to be here, Sean.
Oh, it's great. You know, we follow your adventures here at the Cling Connection all the time. We are some of your biggest fans. We like all your videos. I got to see some of the cool stuff when you were in Japan and in Korea and some of the videos that you've put out. And let me tell you something. We're envious. You are living the life. You are living the life, man. So tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're from and just tell me a little bit about your background.
All right, man. So I'm originally from a city called Arlington, Texas. It's kind of like right in between Dallas and Fort Worth. I'm pretty sure you know where it is because y'all went to Fort Worth. Born and raised there. Growing up, I've always had like very interest in a lot of things. I grew up a huge gamer in the cartoons, animation. Like I was one of the few Black people that liked anime, which kind of fueled me wanting to go to Japan. Eventually, at one point in high school, I used to want to be a sports commentator before I realized, oh, wait, you actually have to know sports to do it. So after I did it and failed it, my director at the time, I used to work for like one of the first streaming companies in the nation, I think in the world.
Wow,
Penny Entertainment. It was called Penny Entertainment, and we did like high school sports.
Okay.
And after I did a stint in that doing commentary, my mentor at the time said, "Hey, why don't you get into like video editing and filming and stuff? You're natural in front of the camera." So I did that, and I just kind of just fell in love with it. And from there, I went to college, went to UNT, got my degree in radio, television, and film, and used that to go to Korea to be an English teacher. And then I used my time in Korea to actually try to build up a YouTube and then try to build up myself as a man and just in my professional life. Came back home, tried to get a job in my field of study, hated it, and then went back to Korea and just stayed over there and did some more building independently for a bit, and then I met up with a guy from Brazil on Twitter. He got me an insurance adjuster, and I came back here, and I've been working in that ever since.
Wow, that's cool. So let's rewind a little bit and talk about your gaming, because we do have people that follow us that are gamers, and I'm not so much of a gamer, but I enjoy it, like watching it. I'm go back to when they had Atari. And my brother had a Nintendo. And if my brother's watching this video, he never beat me in GoldenEye. He tried. He was never that good. He cheated once in a while. But my brother Aaron, if you're watching this video, you know that I was the king of GoldenEye. Anyway, tell me a little bit about
Odd Job.
I was terrible at video games. Like, I just didn't know what to do. Even Mario, I couldn't make the jump. It was nuts. But like, so you're into gaming and anime, which is really cool, and that got you influenced to go to Japan. So tell me a little bit about your gaming. Like, what's your game? What's your go-to?
Oh shoot! Right now on my Switch, I'm actually playing Paper Mario, The 1,000-Year Door, and probably one of my top 5 RPGs. I'm a huge Japanese or RPG or role-playing game player. I love those, and I'm doing multiple playthroughs of that game because I'm working on that to try to work on my languages. Like the last time I played through it last month, I played it entirely in Korean, and this time I'm playing it entirely in Spanish. But the thing is, though, what's so weird about playing the game right now in Spanish is they use Spain Spanish, and it's not like Latin American Spanish. So I'm just like I'm having to use the vosotros form of it. I'm just like, wait a minute, hold on, what does this mean? Wait a minute, let's go to dictionary. Oh crap. Let's do all that. But I've been gaming since I was 4 years old. I never forget the first time my parents, they went to a pawn shop, and they bought an NES, and we were all like playing it together. But I just got so hooked on playing Super Mario Brothers, and then they got me a Game Boy, and I was playing Mario and Tetris on that too a few years later.
Tetris is addicting. I'll be the first. I had to take it off my phone because I would sit there on vacation or a trip and sit there and play Tetris, and before you know it, like 2 hours go by. It's addicting.
You know what's so crazy about it is, like, I didn't know how serious Tetris was until I played an arcade version of Tetris. They call it like the Grandmaster. And like when the Japanese do Tetris, they do it in such a way that is just intense. Like, I didn't know that that you can just have it just go like straight down immediately. They even have like invisible Tetris when you beat it.
Wow.
And some dude was actually clearing it. And I was like, wow, that is so nuts. I can never get that far.
Invisible Tetris. How do you even know what the blocks are? Invisible Tetris. Like,
well, like the moment it lands, it'll show you, but you just have to just know it. I mean, some guys they're just that fast. And I'm just like, oh no, I can't do that. I cannot do that. Though I don't play games as much as I used to. Like, as a matter of fact, I used to try to play fighting games, like competitively, like Street Fighter, Tekken, King of Fighters, Virtua Fighter, and like other niche fighters. But I quit like I'll never forget this. I quit playing fighting games January 20th, 2020. I never forget this. I'm in Korea and I'm playing Tekken 7. And I went 0-9 that night, and 3 of those losses came from a pro that's like internationally very good. And when I saw how he practiced, and I said, well, I came to 2 conclusions. Number 1, I've been playing the game wrong this whole time. And number 2, at my age, I was 34. I was 30. I just turned 34. I just said, I can't do this anymore. I said, I'm done. I'm done. And plus, the scene itself is just, it's just I don't like the scene very much. Like, I don't want to get too into it because it's just because of how bad it's gotten, but like that moment really taught me the importance of gatekeeping, because you got in some people that's into the gaming scene right now that's just pretty much taking over it, and you're just like, man, who let you guys in? You know, it's like gaming is supposed to be our escape from reality, but these people want to bring like certain type of realities into the scene. I'm just like, no, that's not how it's supposed to be. Y'all got, but it's been overtaken with people like that. So I just said, no, you know what, you guys can have it. I don't want to do this anymore.
I remember seeing something a few years back, League of Legends. They had like some big competition for League of Legends in like Las Vegas. My nephew, my sister's son, is big into gaming, and I don't want to talk about gaming the whole time, but he was big into gaming and he did League of Legends. And he was telling me about this event that they had in Las Vegas. It was like a global competition for League of Legends. And I think he went. I don't know if he competed, but it was kind of cool. You know, I mean, like I never played League of Legends, but I saw there were thousands of people at this event that he went to.
Yeah, League of Legends is huge in South Korea. My first year there, I was in Busan, and they had like a gaming. There was a gaming event going on there, but I mainly went there to go see the grandmaster of the martial art I used to study at the time. I had a chance to go over there. I actually had a chance to meet up with some of the developers of the game. They were actually some super cool dudes. But League of Legends in South Korea is super, super big. Like they actually have an esports stadium dedicated to League. And my students and coworkers at the time, they all played it, and everything. Like elementary kids, they would play it. And in fact, some of my students would even learn English by playing the game in English. Right, like some of my students, their moms wouldn't let them play video games unless they were playing it in English, and some of them were quite good at it. But yeah, like League is a big deal in South Korea. In fact, you go to if you were to go, like every block has a PC, what they call a PC bong or PC room, and it'd be like $1 an hour, $1 USD an hour. And you can just be in there all day just playing League or whatever online game. Like PC gaming is a very big thing in South Korea.
So that's interesting. And so what we're going to do, we'll jump over to South Korea now, because you just sparked my interest in, you were talking about these gaming rooms and stuff. So you leave Texas and you head to South Korea. Is that your first place overseas that you became a teacher? Tell me how you became a teacher and how you wound up in South Korea. This is interesting.
Okay, so 2010, I graduated university. Couple months later, one of my classmates from university, we both were in the same field study. She hits me up. She says, "Hey man, I'm going to go to South Korea to go be an English teacher." And initially, I was not interested at all. I said, I don't want to do that. I want to actually work in video media production, because that's what I went to school for. And but after a while, I realized that everything for video media just wasn't working out. And one day I found a song. I love telling this story. There was a song by a rapper. His name was Lupe Fiasco. There was a song. I don't know how the heck I found the song, but it just showed up on my on YouTube, on my For You page on YouTube one day. And he has a song called Paris Tokyo. Now there's two versions to the song. I heard the remix version of it. And Lupe is always saying something, get your passport. And I wish I could remember this, because it's been a while since I actually listened to it. But he kept saying, get your passport, get your passport. But I'll never forget, one day I just listened to that song for just hours on end. I just kind of hypnotized myself. And I said, you know what? I think I'm going to go get my passport. So I remember it was on a Monday. I sent in I processed my application to go get my passport. And I got it that Friday. Because, normally getting a passport takes like weeks. It takes like 6 weeks, right?
You could take
months. And I got it that Friday. I said, okay, wow, this is a sign here that I probably should be doing this. And so I do this, and then I'm talking to my friend, and she's telling me, okay, if you want to do the whole career thing, you got to do this. You got to go get a background check. You got to go get your degree at Apostille. So I go off and I do that in late February 2012. I'm on the flight to South Korea.
Wow.
To be an English teacher. I said, okay, let me try this thing out, since I'm not able to get any work here in my field.
So how long? Now you flew out of Texas, I'm assuming, your local airport, because that's where you're from. How long of a flight is that? Is there a connecting flight? Is it a direct flight to Korea? What's the experience like flying from your part of the United States to Korea?
Okay, so from what I recall, every time I flew out from Dallas, I would always go to California. It would either be LAX or SFO. Okay. And the first time I did it, I didn't fly Korea Air. I flew Singapore Airline. There was a connecting flight from Singapore, and then they flew out over to Incheon International Airport, which is like the main airport closer to Seoul. And I was amazed at the great service that they had there. I've never flown a 747. That blew my mind just about how big and how long it was. But the thing that really kind of blew my mind was like how pretty the air stewardess were. And I was like, wait a minute. They're young. They're young, slim, and trim. We can get this here in America. What the heck? Man, because
you're right. You hit the nail on the head. I mean, you might get the one off, and this is no offense to the airline people that watch this, but you guys know where we're going with this.
Yeah, because I'm and this is when I got a first notice of, okay, in America, you can't sexism is more or less illegal. Or right. It's very frowned upon. But in Asia, they don't care. They don't care at all. In fact, in Asia and like Eastern European airlines, just everywhere else around the world, they just don't care. It's like, look, you got to be young, slim, and trim to be an air stewardess. But what I liked about doing it was, it's like I learned. This is when I first learned about having charm and using it, because it's like I was always too afraid to do so. But I did like a week in a smile, and I said, hey, can I have a, since there's nobody really on this flight, can I sit in an exit row so I can stretch out my legs? She said, okay, all right, I'll help you out with that. So I did that, and I had a great 11-hour, I think it was 11 hours total.
11 hours. Oh.
Yeah. But I had enough entertainment. I was served good food, and I was just living in the moment the first time I did it.
So you land in Korea. Beautiful country from what everybody says. It's gorgeous. The mountain ranges and stuff like that. I've never been to Korea. The closest my family came to Korea is my step-grandfather was there during the war in the 50s. Obviously not the same as it is now. So you land in Korea, you get this teaching job. Okay. So now you're going to teach kids. What's it like teaching Korean students versus American students? I mean, I'm not assuming that you probably haven't had much education teaching American students, but what's the difference? Like, what do you think?
Oh, actually, I do. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny, Brenda, because I actually did teach here in Arlington at a high school and junior high before I taught in Korea. But my first 5 months over there, they sucked. I'm not gonna lie to you, they sucked. But it sucked though because of the fact that I didn't teach at a traditional school. You see, you got like 3 types of schools that you can really 4 types. I think it was. Let me see. So what I taught at first was called a Hagwon, which is a private academy, basically. And then of course you got your traditional schools. Then you got your international schools, and then you got where I went to after the Hagwon, English Village. And English Village is more like an English camp, if you will. Okay. It's a camp, but when I taught at the Hagwon is basically like English immersion, where the kids are not allowed to speak Korean, and we as teachers are not allowed to speak Korean to the students. Like the kids have to kind of immerse themselves in it, and a lot of those kids don't want to be there. Like they're forced to be there by their parents, and this is what made me so happy to be an American, right? Whereas like ever since the 80s, and you see this all throughout East Asia, mainly in Japan and South Korea, where the boomers were all like, oh, the kids have too much free time. We want them to constantly go to school. So what they would do is that they would go to their traditional school Monday through Friday, and then they would have to like do some kind of after school activity, after school Hagwon, where you got like a music Hagwon, an English Hagwon, a math one, and some of these poor kids wouldn't get out of school until like 10 o'clock.
Wow.
At night. But it used to be worse in the 90s, where they wouldn't get out until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
And I hated it. And I hated it for that reason. And I also hated it because of how much pressure was put on us. Like when you work at a Hagwon, you get what I call George Jetson job security. Okay. Like you know how George was always threatened to get fired by Mr. Spacely? Yep. It was kind of like that, because you would keep your job based on if the students liked you or if the parents liked you. And if they didn't like you, you were gone.
And it's a very conservative culture over there too, isn't it? To some extent.
On the surface, it is, but underground is not.
So speaking of underground, so now you're teaching during the day, and now Sean is on site in Korea. So this is what I want to hear about. What is the nightlife like in Korea? What is I want to hear it all. I want to know what you've experienced, some of the craziest stuff that ever happened to you, the food, the best places. What do you got? What do you got in Korea?
Okay, you know, and you just helped me to remember that I actually do have a guide that I have. It's a free guide, or people can they can pay their own price for it. But I go over a lot of that. But the nightlife, it depends on where you go. So if you're like in your early 20s or whatever, late teens, early 20s, you want to go to Hongdae. Right. That's where like a lot of good clubs are at over there. If you want to hang out with more foreigners, you go to Itaewon. But that's changing now because the military base is gone. Like all the people from Turkey more or less have like set up shop over there. But if you want to be like bad and bougie or whatever, if you got some money, you go to Gangnam. Like you remember that song Gangnam Style?
Yeah. Whatever happened to that guy?
Sorry. He's still around. He's still around. In fact, he was around for like a decade before he became internationally known because of that song. He's been around for a good while. But what a lot of people don't know about Gangnam Style was that song was actually a diss on the people of Gangnam because in the whole area itself, because Gangnam is like the Beverly Hills of South Korea.
Oh, okay.
It's very
I know that.
Very,
where all the rich people live, like the affluent people, and okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was today years old when I learned that. Okay.
yeah, but if you want good food, oh shoot, I say go to like the smaller areas because you have like a lot of people that have owned restaurants since like the 70s and 80s, and they're still managing them to this day, and they kind of cook the food the old style, which is amazing. Now, but the thing what a lot of people don't know about South Korea is that it's a very culture about everyone being together. And you know, considering that they had to like recover from the war especially after being occupied by Japan for like 45 years, or 35. I can't remember. I think it was 1910 and 1945. So yeah, 35 years. They kind of had to like rebuild themselves, and with their last dictatorship, the last dictator of the country before they became a democracy really built that country up. He went through some extreme measures to make sure companies like Hyundai, Samsung, and the like can really build up from there. And they became a powerhouse in the 80s, much like Japan was. But when you go over there, you're going to see like a lot of old people still working, serving up certain foods and stuff like a good delicacy, bibimbap. That's my favorite. It's like rice, carrots, a couple of vegetables, some meat in there, sunny side up egg, and some hot spicy sauce called gochujang. You mix that all up together.
Off of like streetcars vendors, or do you go into a restaurant? Or
you go into a restaurant for that. For street vendors, you get like a lot of fried foods and stuff like fried shrimp, fried vegetables. You get like meat skewers, either like mild spice or like super spicy. That's stuff gets you.
I can't do the spicy, man. Like, well, Shayna goes out and she buys me spicy food, and I'm up all night. So that's all you. But throughout my time up there, my first year there were a lot of street vendors. But then whenever they had their female president, Gunhye, I forgot her family name. Park Geun-hye. It's like she had some goons go out there, like literally destroy those. Wow.
And stuff. And so you don't really, so it's like you used to see street vendors all around Gangnam, but now all gone.
Is it safe?
Oh, it's very safe.
Very safe. Because a lot of times you see things on TV that, you know, most people are never going to travel to Korea like you have. You know, they're going to watch it on TV and assume how it is. And they see these things on TV where like an American's walking down the street and he's getting jumped by a Korean street gang or something like that. And I tend to think these things are over-exaggerated for entertainment value. I mean, you're going to run into a bad city no matter where you go. That's going to happen. There's going to be bad areas. But you think Korea was pretty safe where you were at?
Man, it's probably one of the safest places I've ever been to.
Wow.
The only time it is not safe is if you, of course, they got sketchy areas. But last I heard, they're actually demolishing that area. It's in Itaewon. So, Itaewon was infamous for having 4 types of hill: Hooker Hill, Homo Hill, Tranny Hill, and right next to it, because I think the Korean government they played a nasty trick on them, Islam Hill.
So I know the hill that I would be at, not the other 3.
Well, and I found it hilarious that they put Islam Hill or Muslim Hill next to the other 3 hills. That'd be haram for them. That's hilarious. But I actually walked through. I actually did walk through all 3 of the hills. I only walked through Homo Hill once, but that's because I was with some visiting friends. They actually found my live streams and they say, "Hey, we want to meet up," so we go over there. And I'll never forget this. We walked to the moment we stepped foot in the Homo Hill. There was a guy that owned a bar. He was like, "Hey, how you doing? Come on into my shop." And so we all go up in there and everything. We actually had a lot of fun. It was a husband and wife duo that went up. She wanted to go up there and like check it all out and stuff. And the only thing I hated about it though was that the owner kept trying to hit on me. He said, "You a big hunk of chocolate." I said, "Man, get your." I said, "Nope. I'm flattered, but nope." We have to switch seats and stuff like that. But what's so hilarious though is that the fact that he's out in the open with that is like being gay in South Korea is kind of metaphorically a death sentence, because it's like people aren't going to want to deal with you if you're gay out in the open like that. It is just like you cannot be gay. You have to really keep it on the down low. And what's messed up is that the bar owner told me that he knew a lot of Korean celebrities that were gay on the down low. It's like it would kill their career if it ever came out that they were.
So what is the drink of choice? I mean, alcohol out there in Korea, is it stronger than the United States?
From what I'm told, yes. From what I'm told, yes. I don't drink alcohol, but I do. But there's a drinking culture. It's kind of similar to the Irish. Like the drink of choice is soju.
Okay.
Which is basically like rice. It's like, I think it's fermented rice wine or something. I can't remember, but it's a very powerful drink. Like a soju bottle is about as big as this. No. It's about as big as this bottle of lotion.
Oh wow!
And this one bottle can mess you up.
Wow! So I want to know. I'm in suspense because I know we're going to get to some of these other countries. Craziest story, Korea. Let's hear it. If it's rated X, we don't want to hear it. But if it's PG-13 or rated R, we're good.
Oh man. Okay. So where to begin? Okay. I'm trying to think because there were a few crazy things that did happen. You will see this a lot. You'll see couples fighting all the time, either verbally fighting or either physically fighting. At one point, I'm just like, "Oh snaps, man!" First time I saw it, I was like, "Hey, someone gonna help them out." And Florida said, "Nope, don't get involved because if you do, he might whoop your ass, and then when the police come, you'll get arrested because she'll say he beat up my boyfriend or whatever." But there was the one time that I almost did go to jail because of this, because it was something different. So there was an event called Mud Fest where you're like in synthetic mud. Like the spawn mud or whatever stuff, doing stuff like that out on the beach, having fun. It's a fun time. Me and some friends, we were on our way back home from Mudfest, and we were riding a train. We got at the really cheap seats, so we're sitting on all the floors. Like me and a group of other foreigners, and like about 1 or 2 Koreans were on the floor. We're like in the snack train, if you will. So anyway, there was an old Korean guy up there. He was drunk as hell. And he saw all of us foreigners. He said he just wanted to just mess with us. Sorry. He wanted to mess with us. And so, and so my homeboy at the time, he was over there kind of like being calm and steady with him, just sternly talking to him. And he sees me, the old Korean dude, he sees me. He decided to mess with me too. And I just ignore him. And that made him mad. And so he decided to kick me. And I was like, all right, that's it. I'm about to whoop you behind. And all my foreign friends are like, hold me back or whatever. Like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. And to the surprise of everyone on the train, like this young Korean woman that worked the booth, she told that guy off and everything. And in Korea, that's a big no-no for young people to tell old people because they go off a thing called Confucianism, where old people are right, no matter the man is right, and old people are right, even if we're wrong, no matter what.
Okay.
And he was like, and the old man was like, and he just kind of just started it all off. And because I was this close to actually like whipping his behind. Like usually I'm calling him cool, but when you when you touch me like that and you kick me habitually, then it's like, all right, man, let's go, put them dukes up.
You're not wanting to go to a Korean jail anyway.
No, oh man, a friend, a guy I worked with actually did go to Korean jail. He's Korean American. He had weed in his apartment and he got raided and it was on the news too.
Wow.
And when he went up there, he's like, they put him in jail with the other foreigners. And it's like, and so a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of Russian and like Hong Kong mafia live over there. The Russian mafia, the triads, a lot of them are in jail for drug smuggling.
Wow.
And he was put in jail with the triads, and they were trying to use him to smuggle drugs into the country.
Wow. So okay, so how long are you in Korea for then? When this is going on, a year, a few months?
Back and forth. I was there for about 8 years, back and forth.
Okay.
But all of that was within my first year. My first time there, I was there for like a year and a half. I was up there for longer because when I went from the Hagwon over to English Village, I had to extend my stay because when you go over there, you're signing a year contract.
Okay. So then you leave Korea. Where do you go?
So the first time, this is in late 2013, I come back here to Texas and I'm trying to get a job, trying to do my video media stuff serious. I met up with a guy on LinkedIn who used to work for Sega. Oh boy, thinking about this guy. I'm trying to keep cool because it's just been a long time. I'm not as mad at it, but it was a good lesson for me to learn. He kind of gassed up the fact that he worked for Sega and he was doing this and the third. And we kind of agreed to meet up with each other. New Year's Day has come. I fly out to San Francisco. I'm over there for the first time. And I keep calling this dude. I was like, hey, man, let's meet up. All right, man, we're going to meet up. We're going to do something. But the whole entire day I was there, nothing came of it. So I left the very next day and came back home. And then this blankety blank decides to call me up. And he says, hey, man, stuff happened. I'm sorry. And I said, dude, no excuse. And I just cut him off immediately right there. And that made me have a kind of deep-seated hatred for a lot of for certain people. So after that, I filmed a documentary on my grandparents who were involved in the civil rights movement. Like I found out that my grandpa was actually responsible. That my family was responsible for Dr. King being in Memphis in 1968.
I remember you and I having that conversation before. That's like a pretty big thing, man. That's like something to be proud of.
It is. I mean, it is. But just looking at the history and all the things involved, it was cool. I made the documentary. Then I moved to West Texas, to Abilene, to
the desert.
Out into the desert to try to work in television, try to really work as an editor because that's always what I wanted to do. But they had me over there working as a production assistant, making $7.15 an hour. And I had to work 2 other jobs just to be able to pay off my student loan, car note, and rent. Yeah. Because I told them straight up, I said, dude, I got a freaking degree here. Let me go over here and work in the back as an editor because I can do this stuff. I've done this in Korea. I worked with like these big stations over there doing this stuff. And said, we're just going to keep you right over here. We need you here. And I said, you know what? I'm done with this. Because I worked 16-hour days for my 3 jobs for 8 months. And I said, and making the same amount of money that I'm making in Korea. And I said, man, forget this. I'm done. So I leave there in 2015, go back to stay in my parents' house for a little bit. And then I say, I'm going back to Korea. I go back to Korea and I stay there for a much longer time. Worked at a much better school. But this time I was able to explore more and I took the YouTube stuff a bit more serious, like doing street interviews. Like I was doing street interviews before it became popular.
Yeah, I've seen some of your videos of street interviews. You're really good. I mean, I know I saw one that you sent me a while ago that you were in San Antonio walking around interviewing some different people, just asking questions. It was really good, the video. You definitely have a knack for interviewing people and being on the camera and tell me a little bit about your YouTube channel. Let's get into that. Tell us a little bit about your YouTube channel. What's it about? Where can people find you?
So people can find me as Sean on site. it took me a good while to really find my groove with it. Like I kept experimenting because I thought at the time I used to think, if I just upload videos and go viral, maybe something will happen. I did eventually go viral. The very first time I went viral was in 2016. I interviewed Koreans, and I asked them to react to an episode of Family Guy when they talked about Korea. I thought, that was so cool. and then, but the mentality I had at the time it wasn't, wait a minute, maybe I should start doing this. My mindset was, okay, now I got an audience. I'm starting to get an audience. Let me do things I really want to do. But I see now that's not the case. But nowadays, what I do is based on the idea you gave me when we last talked to each other, I just travel and I'll talk to people. And that dude you introduced me to, Peter, I forgot his last name. Yeah. I saw his style. I said, hey, I like this. And I think this is something I can keep really doing with this. But I realized that it would be better for me to like really start, I upload the long form content on YouTube, but then I do short form on like TikTok and Instagram because I can get more people that way. And there was a guy that I met up with that I found who also does stuff like that. But he used to be an editor for like a major YouTube channel. I gotta look for. Let me look for it. But he has this thing. He created a system that actually worked out for him to where he can get guaranteed 1 million views an upload.
Wow.
And stuff.
Make sure it's not those bots though, because if you get those bots, man, like we had that with our team. We had an Instagram page. We actually had to abandon. It wasn't YouTube. So we woke up one morning and there was something like 13,000 subscribers. And I called the team and I said, hey, wow, we got 13,000 subscribers in one day. And the team was all excited. And next thing we know, we found out these were all bots and it wound up flagging the channel. And we couldn't get any interaction on the Instagram. That's the one thing that fears me with like a lot of these guys say they can get millions of views. I don't know how they do it. It's maybe they have a secret formula you and I don't know about though,
Well, it's just what I've come to understand is that sometimes Instagram would just pick and choose people, but they do pick and choose people that are consistent, and that are pretty consistent. And they have something that a lot of people like. Wait a minute, what am I doing? Let me try this instead. But I actually took out some of the methods that he used to go viral, and he actually personally hit me up and said, "Yeah, man, I noticed you're starting to do some of the things that I do in my videos. All right, man, you're getting the system down, you're getting it working out. But if you work with me, man, I can help you get to the next level." And I was like, I'm willing to do so. I just want to just get to the point to where I have enough time to where I can do it. And then we can work things out. Because I actually do trust him. He actually has reached out to me a number of times. But taking some of his methods actually did work out for me. Like I did a video. You probably saw it. It was me at the Japan Super Bowl.
Yes.
The Rice Bowl.
I did see that video. Yes.
And
that was a funny video. That was cool though.
It was fun. It was fun, very fun hanging out with football fans in Japan. And but there was one interview I did. I think you recall the lady in red.
Yes.
So her husband was playing in that game, and but I asked her to say, "Hey, who's your favorite NFL player?" And she said, "Cam Chancellor." So I put that portion of the interview on Instagram and on TikTok, and it went viral on both. Like right now on Instagram, it's like at 2.1 million views.
Wow.
And she got a lot of love because like, oh my gosh, everybody saying she know ball. And that interview was so popular that the Seattle Seahawks themselves saw it. They took that interview and they put it on their page and they said, "Hey, this is a Cam Chancellor edit." I was like, "Yes, I made it," and she made it too.
I'll tell you what we found on the Kling Connection and with our other channels that we have too, is that YouTube was okay, but it's a saturated market and it's very tough to compete and people give up quick. I mean, we put out videos we thought were really good that got hardly any views, and then we put out other videos that were garbage that I wouldn't say garbage, but weren't to the quality that you get thousands and thousands of views. So what we've been doing is actually we've been going on to two sites that actually been treating us really well, and the monetization's easier to get. One of them's called Odyssey, and the other is called Rumble. And Rumble, like we'll put a video, let's just say on YouTube. And we have, as of the time of this recording, I think 57,000 followers on our YouTube page. And we'll put a video on YouTube and we'll get nothing for weeks. But we put it on Rumble and we hardly have any subscribers. We have enough to get monetized, but not hundreds of thousands or anything. And that video will get 20 times the views the one on YouTube gets. So I think as time moves forward with creators like you and I and other people, with the YouTube market being so saturated, you're going to have to try to target in on separate platforms, whether that's TikTok or Rumble, or if you're older, Facebook. We actually get a really good following on Facebook, which I wasn't on Facebook for years, and they made me get back on Facebook. The team made me get back on Facebook about 2 months ago, and I'm not a Facebook guy, but yeah. So we found that Odyssey and Rumble were a good fit for us more than even YouTube. And, but we did have some viral ones go. It was crazy. There's no rhyme or reason why they go viral.
What I've come to understand is like the attention span of people have the attention span of a goldfish. And so like the short form stuff kind of works out well, and it can lead to people going to either your YouTube or Rumble or Odyssey. And and I found this guy, by the way. But yeah, it's like what I've noticed is like Instagram. What I noticed with Instagram, they'll push sex a lot on there, or at least anything dealing with women, like
like or working out, tight clothes, that type of stuff. Yeah, younger women.
Yeah, but this dude, his most viral reel is him in China, and he was basically talking to a dude, asking about, oh hey, will I go to the police for this or whatever? Will you call the police on him? He was actually calling the police on him in Chinese for making some kind of video. And I was like, wow, that is fascinating. But then and then he has the other ones where he's like getting a massage, but it wasn't like one of those spicy ones. It was just a real massage from a lady. He was and videos like that tend to do very well. It's like as long as the dude is like muscular and handsome, and he's getting massage like a massage from like a Japanese lady or whatever, and they're just having a good conversation.
So a video with me getting a massage definitely would. We're out. So you won't be seeing any Sean getting any Japanese massage on the Kling Connection. I'm sorry, everybody.
But you might see Sean getting a Japanese massage.
So outside of Korea, where else have you been in the world?
So I've been to Japan. I've also in Asia. I've only mainly just been to Asia, Japan and Taiwan, the real China. I'm saying it. The real China.
So tell me a little bit about Taiwan then. Like, this is cool because I've met people that have been to Japan, Korea. You're actually the first person I've ever met that has been to Taiwan. The real China, you call it. So what's it like? What's Taiwan like?
Oh, Taiwan is beautiful. It was so. I mean, it's like I only went there because for two reasons. No, it was a visa run from South Korea. Because as an American, you can only stay in there on a tourist visa for 90 days. They were in Japan. I went there for a visa run. Actually 3 years. I also went there because my ex at the time had suggested it to me. And number 3, we have a real Taiwan restaurant in my hometown. And the owners over there, I'm really cool with them. They suggested that I go. In fact, one of the former owners, she had gave me her number. She said, "Hey, if you ever go to Taipei, call me and let me know, and I'll introduce you to my sisters or whatever." And so I was like, "Oh, cool." Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to do so, but I did get a chance to go over there and experience it. And the one thing I noticed about Taiwan, outside of it being extremely humid in the summer, was basketball is king there.
NBA?
Yeah.
Everybody's
oh my God.
LeBron fan?
Everything. In fact, when I got off the plane, the national Taiwanese team got off at the same time I did. And there was a black guy. His name was Quincy. He was taller than me. Like, I'm 6'2". He's like 6'7", 6'8". and I took a picture with him. And Quincy, he was a cool dude. It was cool to talk to him. But I went over there, and my friend, some Taiwanese friends that I met in Japan, that I worked with in Japan, which is an interesting story, and I'll get to that in a moment. The boyfriend worked at a hostel, and they all got me in. in there, and we all got settled. And I toured with them twice. We went to the night markets. Like, that's a thing in Taiwan, the night markets. That's where you want to go. You can find so much either good food, amusement stuff, bootleg clothes or whatever. You're walking around, you're just having a great time. I did that with them. And then I also did like daytime markets and stuff with my friend at the time. His name is CJ Ride, who became very infamous in the country for a number of things. Like, namely, he got in trouble twice there, and he got blackballed. He got blacklisted for a good while. When I got blacklisted on Twitch as well too for something dumb. We both got blacklisted, but we became friends at that moment, and we just kind of got to know each other. And he had really helped me out. I helped him out, and he helped me to explore some things about Taiwan and to get to know the people. Like, people over there, when you meet with Taiwanese people, they say, "Hey, welcome to Taiwan, Taiwan number one." And you're like, "Yeah, that's how you become friends with someone, Taiwan number one."
So, is there like cool things to see over there? What's to do in Taiwan? Like, outside of basketball and going to the city, I mean, did you experience anything like? Is there beaches there? Is there a night?
I didn't get a chance to really explore the beaches because Taipei's like kind of in the middle, and the beaches were far, so I was only there for like a short period of time.
Oh, okay.
I just so happened to actually go up there. To actually went to a spicy event called the TAE, Taiwan Adult Expo. But I only went up there because someone that I met up with previously was also over there. Her and her manager. She was a former adult star in Japan, but she was over there. I didn't get a chance to see her, but I did get a chance to go to the TAE, and it was actually pretty amazing because I was the only other black guy there. I was probably the only American there, and the second black guy. And this is, and I don't want to bring too much red pill into this, but there's a term called hypergamy.
Yes.
And it was, and I used it accidentally. So over there in Taiwan, like the spicy stars, they don't call them that. They call them showgirls. Uh-huh. And I don't know what quite the standards are with regards to adult content there, but I do. But there was a girl. There were like two girls where they were showgirls, and they were guests, and I didn't know it. And so I'm walking by this one girl. She's like, hey, tall guy, come over here. You're handsome. Let me take a picture. You're tall and handsome. Let me take a picture with you. I said, okay. So we take a picture and everything. I'm like, I like when I'm with short girls, I'm always like putting my arm over their heads and stuff. Say, hey, look how short she is or whatever. But then she went like this to me, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. And we take this picture, and I learned about her hypergamy at this very moment. As we were taking the pictures, a fan of hers who had like bought all of her stuff, right? He had like a lot of her merchandise. He wanted to take the picture. He's like, no, you got to pay. I'm gonna take a picture with him because I like him. you got to pay. And I was like, God dang, that is cold blooded.
That happened to me one time. I was with my cousin, and we went out to dinner. And when I lived in Pennsylvania, because that's where I'm originally from, and my cousin says, "Come on, let's go out to dinner." We went to this hoity-toity place, totally not my scene. And my cousin, who was younger, told the lady that was a waitress that my name was Andrew Gardner, who was a offensive guard for the Philadelphia Eagles at the time, and he looked exactly like me. And she went in and told all these people at the bar, hey, there's a Philadelphia Eagles sitting at the table. So people were coming out, like sticking their head around the corner, like trying to take pictures of me with their cell phone. And I said to him, my cousin, Tim, I said, we got to pay for this, and they're going to see my credit card that my name's not Andrew Gardner. And he's like, I got cash. And we snuck out the back door. But then for years, people were like, hey, Andrew Gardner for the Philadelphia Eagles ate at this restaurant. I'm like, no, that was me.
That is wild.
I had to wire every waitress at the place hitting on me. It was crazy. It was crazy. So Japan, this is an interesting one. You were in Japan. Now, my grandfather was in Japan during the Second World War. And, he's been gone for years. But I've met people that have traveled to Japan, and Japan's become really a hotspot for foreign tourism. A lot of Europeans and Americans stuff. I'm really interested. You started to tell a story about Japan and about somebody you met over there. I'm really interested in Japan.
Oh, okay. So Japan, the very first time I went there, was actually when I worked at the school. I went to Osaka, but I had to go get had to get my visa to work in Korea. You have to like leave the country to go get it, do it there, whatever. Osaka was cool. I was there for a day, but the second time I went to Japan, it was back to Osaka. I went there for a pro wrestling show. Like I used to be huge into pro wrestling at the time. And
favorite wrestler?
I'm sorry.
Who's your favorite wrestler?
Oh, Booker T.
Booker T.
Can you dig it, sucker? I love Booker T growing up.
Hey, right down by where I live, literally a couple miles is Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair. And Hulk Hogan actually rescued a woman that got in a car accident on the highway by us. The car flipped up over on its roof, and I guess he was in the car behind it with a friend of his, and the woman was upside down, and Hogan actually walked over and like looked in the window and tried to help the person. Imagine hanging there upside down in your car in a car accident. You all right there, brother? You know?
Dude, that is so wild to hear. You know, this younger generation, they hate Hulk Hogan. They hate him.
He was the man back in the day, Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, he was the man back in the day, but when people are now looking at his history and everything, how he held other wrestlers back, they hate him for that, but they also hate him because there was like a leaked message of him saying the N-word, like a hard R. With his daughter. But yeah, I'm just saying, I don't really care about all that. That doesn't bother me. It's Hulk Hogan, man. You know, but I would feel more that way towards Ric Flair, but that's another story. So I'm in Japan. I watched a Japanese wrestling event for the first time over there, and there was a lady who she now wrestles in the WWE. Now her name is in the WWE she's Asuka, but in Japan she went by her real name Kana, and she was the reason why I went there to go see her. Because I was like, oh man, I see Kana all the time, and she was wrecking people's heads. She's cool. And I go over there to a party. I paid for the after party. I think it was like $30 at the time. And we were all up there having fun, getting drunk with Osaka and Japanese people, and learning Japanese words. I'm teaching them bad English words, and we're just having fun. But my main inspiration for Japan was there was a Black American actor that lives in Tokyo right now. His name is Dante Carver. And I'll never forget seeing him in 2009, where he was acting over there, and he still is acting over there to this day. And he was like the most successful foreign actor over there of all time in these commercials for this phone service called SoftBank, which is like Japan's AT&T. Okay. And he's known as the Yozu guy, which is like unexpected guy, because he's in a Japanese family. He has a Japanese mother, Japanese sister, and the dad is Japanese too, but he's a dog. Okay. A talking dog, yeah. And Dante plays like the son. He's a black guy. He's like, wait a minute. He's like the unexpected guy. What is this? But they've been doing those commercials since I think 2007. And Dante's story inspired me. He said he did 121 auditions and he failed them all. But then on audition 122, he got it by accident, by just kind of, in his own words, goofing around. And he's been doing those commercials and movies ever since. In fact, he's even good friends with, there's a very famous game series called Metal Gear Solid. And
Metal Gear Solid. I'm familiar with it, yeah.
And he's good friends with the creator, Hideo Kojima. They're like boys. And Hideo's even put him in Metal Gear 5 and stuff, which is so cool. But seeing Dante and I was being inspired by him, and I see him as a big brother. And I last saw him in 2019. But it's like he kind of really inspired me to like kind of really put myself out there and do a bit more, and not really let the yang of other people say, oh, you can't do this because you're black or whatever. Get to it. You know, he was kind of like my inspiration for really traveling and really going out there and doing stuff.
So Japan, I heard, is really clean.
Yes.
It's like immaculately clean, like almost like Canada used to be years ago.
Yeah, there are no trash bins though in Japan. So you gotta like you have to go to a kombini or convenience store to go throw your stuff away and everything. But no, it is very clean. Nobody spits. Like in Korea they do that, but nobody in Japan, you won't see people doing that. It is always very clean. It's like I remember the last 2 times I went, when I worked overnight, I would go out to go eat lunch at 2:00 in the morning, and you would see the people like the streets is getting cleaned by like all the trash guys and stuff. So it is super clean. They pride themselves on being clean.
So were you ever on the bullet train or go to Mount Fuji?
No. And Mount Fuji, I really don't want to climb Mount Fuji. It would take 8 hours to go up, 8 hours to go down. I really don't want to do that.
Yeah, I seen that documentary on the bullet trains that they have over there, which is pretty impressive. That's the one thing, I love the United States and there's a lot to offer, but you see train travel in Japan, you see train travel in Europe, and it is far superior to ours. I mean, maybe it's because their countries are smaller than ours. I mean, you're in Texas, I'm in Florida, we're both Americans, but it would take me a day's travel by airplane just to get to you. So maybe it's the infrastructure of it all, but I always was fascinated. I was
lobbyists.
The lobbyists, right. I was always fascinated by the train stuff. Matter of fact, Shane and I are talking about taking a train trip. There's a very famous one that goes from Colorado to Utah through the mountains and stuff. Sounds really cool. I like trains. I'm a train geek. What can I say?
Oh, you'll love the bullet train in Japan. In fact, I rode it once by accident.
How do you ride a train by accident?
I didn't, because I can't, at the time I couldn't read, I still can't read Japanese, but I thought I was taking a train going, like a regular train, like a subway train, going into it, but I accidentally took the Shinkansen, I can't pronounce it right, it was like the famous bullet train on there to go into Tokyo. I think I went to Tokyo Station by accident, but it's like I had the wrong ticket, I didn't know what I was doing, and I can get away, you can get away with this, you can play the ignorant form. It's like, I didn't know. I'm sorry, I can't read this. I can't read this, and everything. It depending on the mood of the person, they'll understand. It's like, hey, this is your first time doing this. It's all good. You can play that. You can do that too. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't suggest doing it often, but you can from time to time. But I run. I said, wow, this is nice and this is fast. Like, holy crap, this is really fast.
So most recently, you were in Canada. Your work took you to Canada for the big fires that they had.
No. I went up there for I was in Calgary for a big hail. I mean, I tried to go up there for the fires, but they weren't having me. Okay. But this is my second time in Canada ever. But this is my first time ever in Calgary.
Okay.
And I was up there because Calgary got hit with a massive hailstorm. Over there, like these houses got wrecked, and a lot of them were new houses too. It's like
for our fans that are listening, Sean doesn't always just do education and video. He's also works in the insurance industry. So if he's saying he was up there helping out with a hailstorm, that means he was helping property owners with insurance damages.
But when I was up there in Calgary, I heard a lot of people complain about how Canada is right now because there were like a lot of immigrants living over there, and I didn't really know how true it was until I went up there because a good 95% of the people I had were either from India or Pakistan, and I was like, wow, I got so many people. It's like I think I had only like maybe 2 white people.
Wow.
3 white people total. Out of the 45 claims I had only 3 white people total there. But I was like I guess I was also in a very diverse area too, because the Airbnb people I stayed with, they were Chinese in Hong Kong. I mean, they were nice, eating Chinese food and then introducing them to Texas Southern delicacies. That was so cool, man. I'll never forget. I made this fried cabbage recipe my dad taught me. It was like fried cabbage with some spices, onions, and sausage. They ate that whole thing up that day. It was like I made a giant pot and they ate it all up. And they said, this is the best stuff we've ever had.
So Calgary, they're known for that Calgary Stampede, that big drive that they do. I know people that have been there. I've never been there, but I heard it's really cool.
Man, I showed up there a week after it ended. But one of my friends, she's actually a wrestler for AEW, and she went up there for a Stampede, and she said it was just like rodeo basically, and it looked fun. But I did actually go to like an overlook of where they had where the Calgary Stampede, the football team, the Canadian football team actually plays at.
Yeah, that's right. They have the CFL teams up there too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I got a picture. I got to give it to you, but it was just a sight to see that, and I would have loved to have been able to be a part of Stampede, because it looks just like the rodeos they have down here in San Antonio and Houston or whatever. And I'm just like, man, this is like we got like that whole rodeo Southern thing, but in Canada.
So Sean's been around the world. If I have to ask, what by far of all the countries that you've been to, in your travels for work or leisure or whatever, what's your favorite?
Man, I hate this question because it's too fun with all the travels I've done. If I were to live anywhere, I would live in South Korea, mainly. But I would have to live outside of Seoul, like out in the countryside, because I enjoyed it. But if I had to live in Japan, I would live in Fukuoka. That's my favorite city in all of Japan. Fukuoka. It's like in the southern tip of the country, and the people there are so much nicer than they are in Tokyo. But Osaka, though, I have a special place in my heart for that because it's like the people are like Texans, in a sense.
So if you had to choose one country to go to that you haven't visited, what perks your interest? What country? Maybe give me two countries. Where would you like to go?
Oh, right now? Oh, they're both in South America. One is Peru.
Okay. Machu Picchu.
And the other is Argentina.
Okay. Argentina. I've heard
people
become a big travel country.
People say that Argentinians are racist, but I'm just like, I don't care. I want to just see Argentina. I want to see it. I mean, of course, I can always go to Brazil, but everyone goes to Brazil. But I want to go to the places where people don't go. People always go to either Colombia or Brazil when they go to South America.
Yeah, Shane and I have been talking about going to New Zealand and Australia. I'm a big Lord of the Rings dork. That's me, and I want to go see where all the films are made, go to Hobbiton. And she has friends that she knew for years. A guy worked for a train company when she lived in Pennsylvania and was from New Zealand there on a work visa in Pennsylvania, and then he went back to New Zealand, and they've offered us to stay with him. So really looking forward to New Zealand, Australia. That would be
Kiwis are cool. I worked with a whole bunch of Australians and New Zealanders, and I learned the haka from them. That was fun.
Oh, the haka, the team that's out there, the rugby team and stuff.
But I love it. That is so cool. But yeah, I worked with a whole bunch of Kiwis as teachers, and they were just some of the nicest people up there. In fact, one Kiwi I worked with, young kid, and he was a huge basketball head too, and but he also did take one. He could fight too. He was sport from time to time, but he was a cool person. But yeah, I would like to go to Australia one of these days. I'd like to go to New Zealand one of these days. And of course, in the motherland of Africa, I really want to go to South Africa one day. I want to go to Botswana next. I also want to visit Kenya and Ghana as well. And in fact, I think there's even a Spanish-speaking colony in West Africa. I remember,
I didn't know that. Really?
No, yeah. Who was that name of that YouTuber? He's a Spanish, Luisito Comunica. He went over there, and he said there was like a Spanish-speaking colony in Africa, and I thought that was neat.
Wow. So if for our fans, as we wrap up, I mean, Sean, you and I have talked for hours before. I mean, and we're definitely going to get you back on the show, and we're going to do some stuff together because your experience in life. I'm honestly, I'm not just saying this. I am a fan of your show. I'm a fan of what you put out. I'm a fan of you motivate me, and you motivate a lot of people around you, and you should be proud of the work that you do. But if people want to find you, if people want to see what's next in store for Sean On Site, where can we find you? And what do you have coming out in the future if you want to share it?
Okay, well, you can find me on YouTube, Sean On Site, SHAUN, you see right there. On Instagram is Sean On Site altogether, but the number 85. I'm pretty active on Instagram. The next thing, I'm looking at actually going into doing domestic travel. I'm actually going to look at going into St. Louis. I've never been there before. It's going to be work related for insurance, but I'm going to try to do what I can to try to get involved in a few things regarding St. Louis and see what it's all about. See what that Missouri barbecue is like.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Internationally, I'm hoping that if things work out well, I am going to go back to Japan, to Tokyo. Me and some friends, we're going to go to Tokyo for the Tokyo Game Show. We're going to do like that for about a day, but we're also going to explore but I'm actually looking at exploring other parts of Japan I haven't been to, if time allows it. But I eventually want to go to South America. I want to try to go to probably like when the temperature, when it's warmer down there below the equator.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, they have a different season. Our winter is their summer or something, I guess. Or
kind
of. I know it's like that for New Zealand and Australia. Like December's our winter, but that's the middle of their summer down there.
Yep. So that's what I got planned out. So, but we'll see. But everything is on a we'll see basis.
So for all our fans out there, go check out Sean on Site, subscribe to his YouTube channel, find him on Instagram, find him on TikTok, wherever he's at. You will not be disappointed. Hey, and some of it might be a little PG-13. That's okay. You're getting the genuine guy. There's no games, no BS behind him. He's a great guy. Like I said, I've worked with him a couple times. He's interviewed me, and we're in the same industry. He's got a great reputation. He's just a great guy. So go out and support him, subscribe to his channels, and give the guy some love. He definitely needs it, and he's going to be the next YouTuber that everybody's going to be looking at for travel and stuff, especially for the single guy out there tearing the world up and doing his thing. So I want to thank Sean for being on the channel today. And if you like what you saw, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. We're on all the social platforms, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. You can find us on Rumble and Odyssey, YouTube, you name it. We're there. You can also go to our Patreon and Locals page if you want to subscribe and help us out. We don't always get paid doing this. It's a labor of love a lot of times, but any help that anybody can give us. So for Sean on Site and for the Kling Connection, Sean Kling, thank you for joining us. And until next time, have fun storming the castle.
Peace and love, everybody.
And that's a wrap on today's episode of the Kling Connection Travel Talk Podcast. Huge thanks to our guest, Sean from Sean on Site, for sharing his incredible travel stories. Remember, keep exploring, one journey at a time.